Greetings, heathens. What's going on? Welcome to another Friday, another episode of Heavy Metallurgy, number 174. Hope you're all doing well. Had a great week. Our fearless co-compatriot Alan is out of town on some family stuff, so I called in my awesome guest host tonight, Rick, Dreadful Rick from the Dreadful Minutes. Welcome.
Well, I saw the Four Eyes position was open, so I decided to take the vacancy and fill it in. So hopefully everybody's okay.
Good to see you. How you been?
Doing pretty good. Autumn. It already feels like autumn. It's not officially.
Leaves are starting to change here. We're starting to tint.
But so this does not count for the Aussies, right? So they're not invited in this because it's
nope. It's like winter there, spring there. I don't know. It's all they're the future world. I don't under. Oh, there it is, everybody. There's your Halloween reference. Drink. Dennis is drinking in the chat in the dugout, drinking again. But yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Well, it's good to see everybody, and it's good to have Rick back, of course. And hope you've been well. What's been going on over at the Dreadful Minutes?
I've been putting out content. I've been doing live streams, which is funny because we just did a end of summer long ass live stream like we usually do, and then here we are. We're doing right into the autumn thing.
Yep,
like a last hurrah. So I like the seasonal stuff because I think we all resonate with the seasons, and that could affect our listening habits. And I thought, when we were deciding on a topic, I figured, hey, this might seem like because I don't think you guys ever did an autumn related thing specifically.
We did summer, I think. Alan was saying I had him. He's always better at remembering these things than I am. So yeah, he said we haven't done autumn yet. So perfect.
Cool.
Perfect. But before we get into introducing our guests, one thing we've been trying to do every week is let you guys know about new releases. Friday's new release day in the music world. So let's pull this up. I even got even more fancy this time. So yeah, we got a little slideshow here to accompany my rambling. But first up, August 30th, 2024. I can't even say this. Amiensis. There it is. Amiensis, Reclamation Part 2 on M Theory. Ancients, Beyond the Reach of the Sun on Season of Mist. Concrete Winds, self-titled Concrete Winds on Sepulchral Voice. Of course, Deceased Children of the Morgue on Hell's Headbangers. I just dropped a review for that today. Go check that out. Demonical, Victorious Death live in Latin America on Agonia. Elder live at BBC Maida Vale Studios on Stickman. Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake 20th Anniversary Edition. I don't know. Some of you here might be into that. I'm not too much so into that. Another one I'm not too into. Leprous, Melodies of Atonement. But hey, Inside Out. That one's for you, TJ. Nails, Every Bridge Burning on Nuclear Blast. Teeth, The Will of Hate on Translation Loss. Oh my gosh. To the Teeth, Everyone's a Murderer on Unique Leader. And lastly, the long-awaited, controversial album, Winter Sun, Time 2, dropped today on Nuclear Blast. My son and I checked it out today. There's a lot of pretentious intros and outros on this thing, but it's sounds all right. Sounds like a power metal album. But anyway, yeah, that's our new releases. And without further ado, let's get this guy in here. Dennis from Analog Archives. Welcome back, Dennis. How you been?
What's up, guys? I've been good. How are you guys?
Not bad. Not bad. What's been happening over your way?
Like I was telling you before, I'm in the process of moving, so been pretty busy. So if I miss some of your guys' streams, it's because I just been really swamped moving and shit. So I know I got a lot of invites, but yeah, I apologize for that. But I'll be moving. I'll be back in full force probably within 2 months, and be cool.
I gotta say, collecting is fun and great and fine and dandy until you got to move, and it's pretty much awful.
I'm just gonna say what everybody's thinking. Like, what is a Dennis move like?
And this was going to be my place I lived at for like years, so I fucking got not everything, but like a lot of my shit out. And yeah, so
Yeah, because you were doing the box thing for a long. I remember when you first moved. Oh, all my shit's still in boxes. I'm sure about the last piece of your collection finally made it on a rack, and oh, we're selling the house. What the fuck? Yeah.
No, I luckily I kept a lot of stuff like records and stuff I took out, but I had like I have shit tons of magazines and toys and other stuff you guys don't know I even have, plus all my VHS and shit like that. So luckily I didn't take everything out, but man, it's a nightmare.
But it's still in the basement, so you still have to hump all those boxes up and down the stairs.
Yeah.
No, I'm getting somebody to move me. I already had people just move stuff down to the basement. So, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm too old for that shit.
Right.
I'll fucking pull something.
Yeah. Stefano's right. A big collection. It's like I'm nervous myself, and I don't think I have anywhere near as much stuff as you do. And I'm still just not. I'm cringing at the thought.
Oh my god.
Those boxes.
Probably got like 80% or more of my vinyl packed. I got them in bins, so those are all packed. And which was cool this time when I did it, is I sorted everything by genre. So like I know where everything is this time. Like before that, I just was like, when I moved, I just put shit in boxes and then I put stuff up. So this time now I got like black metal here, thrash here, death metal here, 80s synth shit and all other stuff in different boxes. So
I just worry. It's like, with laundry in your socks, you're like, somehow you're always missing a sock, even though you've looked every single place and you've accounted for everything. And I feel like that with CDs and records. Like if I move, there's going to be shit missing. And that makes me nervous.
And then you'll find it in a random box when you open it up because you were just like, oh, what's this? Oh, shit. I've already done that. I was like, oh, I never put this CD in the case and I already packed the CDs. So now I'm taking pictures. I put this CD in this CD case when I take it out. So it'll be
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Well, we appreciate you joining us, and Rick as well. Thank you so much, guys. And if you're not familiar with the Dreadful Minutes or Analog Archives, links are in the description. Please go check them out and subscribe. They do great work. They do the Lord's work over at their channels. Lots of fun, good stuff, awesome collections, and commentary. But we're here today to talk about.
Marty.
Well, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. That's what we're here for, to help promote. We're here for today is talk about autumnal metal. Things that we're in the mood for when the fall hits. And Rick came up with this topic. What was your thoughts behind this? Obviously, the leaves here are starting to change, even though it's been miserably hot. It's starting to finally cool off, which is good.
Well, a lot of us, us metalheads love stuff like Halloween. And, and we know it's looming. So it's like that in-between period where like summer's over and we're just waiting for the clock to run so that, we can get out there and do the Halloween stuff. It's already filled with the stores. Everything is decorated and everybody's just spirit of Halloween. I was just there earlier in the day. It's like they're open already. They're full in effect. So it's like, it's September's coming up. So it's kind of a 2-month window. So and then we kind of resonate with that. So everybody it's going to be interesting seeing our polls and see what our autumn, polls are. Like for me, it could be a bit of a somber time, but as we get closer to Halloween, I actually feel less of a sad boy for some reason.
And I, pretty ignorant on this stuff, but what does fall even look like on the West Coast or in the Southwest, Dennis? What is it? Is it even a thing? It's like, oh, it's still hot.
I was going to say it was 103 today, so it wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't really feeling very fall today. But, and I kind of listen to the same shit all the time, so it's not like different seasons come. I mean, Halloween, I'll listen to like more soundtracks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But as far as like music goes, I mean, I can tell you like, hey, this is what I listen. This is good Halloween music, but I probably don't necessarily listen to specific things during specific times for me anyways. But I get why people do. It's totally understandable.
Something about, in northern Michigan in the fall, I'm sure it's this way out where you're at too, Rick, but when the leaves change, it starts to get a little chill in the air, the wind starts blowing, you walk by the cemetery and the leaves blowing through the cemetery. I start thinking of like Hollywood, the spooky movies that come out and around, and as cheesy as this is, like
I
the
tell you what,
feel of Hocus Pocus or the Dunwich Horror, all these like witch type of
if you're anywhere
movies.
there, like Michigan or even like upstate New York, where it gets very beautiful. Like when
Oh,
you
it
look
does,
at the way
totally.
everything is. But if you live like in Florida, you're like in Vegas, or whatever. You kind of deprived of that beautiful view. Like
Yep.
you know, just that whole. If you've never lived there, I'm saying. But if you have lived there, you will know what we're referring to. I mean, obviously, you know what we're talking about, but it's experiencing it is another thing.
Yeah. The whole the whole witch thing, the spooky movies. I can't think, you know, it's just something about this time of year. I start gravitating towards the more atmospheric music, which we'll get into here. Yeah, I got a bunch. I pulled a bunch. I'm sure you guys got a bunch, and we might as well get this ball rolling. Dennis, what makes you think of Halloween or autumn when in your listening, even though you're in 100 and some degree heat and
Yeah,
doesn't
for
mean
me,
much of shit for you?
That's the wet I see. Yep.
You want to see my pick, or you just want to answer?
Well, answer and pick. Go for it. You can get, we can get it going.
I was kind of going through some CDs and shit today, and I was like, you know what? This kind of fits the picture. And I try to pick stuff I don't really talk about too much. So here's one I picked was Trouble. Trouble.
Okay.
And even this cover with them in the cemetery. Let me get this out of the case. Them in the cemetery like that. I really like this album. I know a lot of people like the early Trouble stuff. I do too. But for me, this album, the riffs on this, it just has this weird like heaviness to it, like a doominess, and also like kind of like a classic rock feel to it. I feel like a lot of Zeppelin and I just feel like it feels like a season when you listen to this, which could be autumn or fall. It's kind of in between this kind of winter and summer and Halloween time. And this album just kicks fucking ass, man. Ever since I heard this album, the production on it, I think Rick Rubin did the production on this as well.
Yeah.
On Deaf American. But man, this is a really killer record. I'm sure you guys know this record, but
Oh yeah.
Always love this record. And I just feel it has that kind of feel to it for me anyways. So that's
I gotta say, I hated that record when it came out. I just like, what the hell? They went like stoner rock doom type of stuff, but 3 or 4 listens later, I'm like, okay, I get it. It still sounds like Trouble. I love Bruce Franklin's tone.
Right.
First couple songs, but man, the album gets really, really good. Really good record.
Yeah. I think stoner doom wasn't an established genre quite yet. So it was like, that's why it probably would have been kind of weird, but that's kind of like a precursor to what eventually would become a big popular genre, because it has those vibes.
Yeah, and that guitar tone on that is just fucking crushing, man.
Totally crushing.
Yep.
All right.
Cool.
Good start getting the ball rolling. Rick, what have you got? What are your thoughts on Autumn Metal?
I did come prepared. So I got my my apple cider donut. You might see the snack or two, and I got and this is a good time for some cider, hard cider. And I'm doing the stream on an Apple computer, so I think I got the trifecta of everything. Do
you have a pumpkin latte and maybe a girl watching over you in Han Solo boots?
See, now you're just making a wish list.
Are you gonna bob for apples later?
Just the thought of that is gross. When people just put in their saliva and everything. Ugh.
All the snot and crap coming out of their nose in that tank.
Right.
Something. So it makes sense to put out something atmospheric and doomy and slow, whatever. But I'm gonna actually kick it off with something fast, because you mentioned leaves, right? And we all loved like just the look of autumn leaves and all that stuff, and it's beautiful. But we didn't talk about how much it sucks to rake leaves. And that's one of the things I hated this time of year.
I mulch. Screw the raking. I'm too fat and old. I get on the rider and to Valhalla. That's great.
We were the workhorse kids. They just made us go out there with giant bags of hefties, and so because it was boring. It's just probably the big reason. And in those times, I want to get my blood pumping just to kind of pass the time. So something fast and with attitude. This is actually Dennis's buddy's band, Matt Harvey, Decapitator. And we will destroy, you will obey. And this thing right here, Do they plan on putting something else out? Because they're like a very very short discography, but this hits pretty hard.
I don't know if they're actually going to put anything else out, but they are headlining a fest coming up.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, that's what Dan was like. Are we headlining? Like, we didn't sign up to headline this shit, but okay.
He just wakes up. He's like, "Oh, you guys are headlining, by the way."
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. But you know what? This does the job, man. It's not like this is the kind of band that needs to put out an album every year or whatever. Like this thing kills. I just gotta love the cover because it's like you look at the guy with the mace. It's like 99% of the time the mace will do the job, but he's like, let me just make sure I got this machine gun just to cover all bases.
Right.
Like, but man, if you're raking leaves, you're doing something boring. This is a good one. So hey, just anything.
That's like a classic thrash that came out in the 90s. Did it come out in the 90s or 2000?
I think it was 2000, but may as well.
It was early 2000s, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody, as we get closer to 100 people in the chat, I'm the only one doing the chat tonight. So if I'm a lot slower and the more I drink, it's going to get worse. So bear with me tonight. I'll do the best I can. And we're here to. I need to. When we have a guest host, actually christen them.
Drinking apple juice,
pumpkin lattes. Yeah.
Hey, I like it.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm up next. The fall for me, as I mentioned, it's a very up here. It's beautiful. Northern Michigan, leaves change, gets cooler. Start thinking of like the evil movies back in the day. I mentioned Hocus Pocus, which isn't an evil movie. It's a guilty pleasure movie. I watch it every year. I don't know why. My kid watches it with me. It's stupid, but there's a vibe to it that I dig. I always have. But the evil movies, I start watching a little bit more suspenseful horror type stuff, supernatural, the witches and the religious stuff. And it spills over into the time, the atmosphere. I like the atmosphere of those movies, the old ones especially. And I start listening to more atmospheric music. This first one I'm pulling isn't necessarily an evil, spooky record, but something about this record, I play it every fall a lot. And that's Sentenced Amok. This is their more gothic-y Fields of the Nephilim take. They have their first 4 albums sound nothing like each other. They sound like 4 completely different bands. But this album clicked with me. I don't know what it is. Oh, well, it's the Fields of the Nephilim connection. They're just Jarva's vocals on here. He's trying to sound like Carl McCoy. It's rocking. It's got an atmosphere to it the way it's recorded, and the songs are gothic-y kind of metal. It's really good though. Well done. Great band. Until they weren't
bands.
There was a good band until they weren't a good band anymore.
What I mean, when you tell somebody, I love Sentenced, you got to be specific. Like what albums? Like you got to be.
Yeah.
You can't just say Sentenced because I think
when they hit the album Down, they started doing that suicidal chic type of goth metal that appeals to a different audience than us. You know what I mean? But their first 3 records I really like. They're all I like them all for different reasons, but yep, for me this has the atmosphere. It reminds me of fall. I got to listen to it before the snow flies. So, Sentenced Amok is where I'm jumping off.
Cool.
And Dennis is back. We're on a roll here.
Yes.
Here we go.
Funny thing with that sentence is I've heard that album only once. I bought it and I was like, what the fuck's this?
You hated it. I know. I did too initially. I mean,
some reason I put it in a box somewhere and I never listened to it again. And I've heard everybody talk about like, oh, it's good. And I'm like, oh,
I know you like Fields of the Nephilim too. So, I mean, if you go into it thinking about that for the vocal style, I think you might be like, oh, okay. It might click differently with you.
Yeah. It's those Finns. They change their sound too often, way too much. You know, it's like from Shadows of the Past, and then you're going from like something like Amorphous, right? Corellian Miss, and then you fast forward to like a middle era. You're like, is this the same band? Like, what's
right?
They all tend to do that.
But so my second pick is basically for the first side of this record, and that's At War with Satan, and the song At War with Satan.
Oh yeah, great.
Fucking amazing with this fucking killer fucking burning cross inside here. I mean, it just adds to the aura and the feel of this record. And the back, all these like kind of sayings with you know, where was this one on here? Now that thou meet again, the thunder lightning now, and the battle has been won. It's fucking so sick. Such a great song. And the way that this shit starts out, like, dun, 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 dun. It's like, man, dude, this thing is so fucking and it's slightly underrated. Not a lot of people actually talk about this record too much, which is pretty sad because this is almost Venom at their peak. Like, they're most creative for sure.
Check out the album club. We did an album club on that record. I don't know when, but it's this year. So go check out the playlist. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
man. Yeah, check it out. But that's my pick. Just heavy, satanic, just a epic fucking track. And the rest of the album's good as well. I mean, side 2 has some great tracks on it. But for me, like that first, like how they did a whole side of the record as At War with Satan's just fucking killer, man. Just fucking epic as shit. Love it.
The thing about that record, though, it's like,
Halloween, for any party that you have.
Yep.
You know, your friends come over, birthday party, you put on side 1 At War with Satan. Everybody loves it.
Yeah.
If you're a youngin' just getting into metal, you just browsing the store, you've never heard of Venom, and you look at that, you're like, these guys are trying too hard. Like, what is this? Like, At War with Satan, it's just like, this is all this shit. You're like, by today's standards, but at the time, you got to really get the context of when that came out, and what was going on in that period. It would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, there was nothing like that coming out at the time. So,
what's up, Logan? All right, good pick. Rick, what you got?
All right, so you dropped a review today, and this is a guy who loves the spooks, and is very obvious. He's got a band called October 31st, right? But I'm gonna bring up the follow up to what is it? Fearless Undead Machines, Deceased. This right here, what is it? Supreme Supernatural Addiction. This right here, I noticed just the kind of upsmanship in musicianship from the first 3-4 albums in. It's all about ghosts and just kind of King Fowley kind of just doing his them without the grammar. But yeah, just a cool little listen for this time of year. I think this season is one of those you could just pretty much pick any album. I think they all kind of work. It'll all just scratch that itch. So helps put this out, and I love what they do with the CDs. They make them all like to fit that theme. They do the colored stuff.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
I really like. I was trying to find Fearless Undead. I really think that album. I love that album so much. I had it here somewhere and I couldn't find it. I was going to pull it for the stream, but that would have been my Deceased pick. I just love how it's just a whole album about the undead before like fucking people were into zombies so much, before Walking Dead came out and stuff like that. Just epic record.
He's got at least Dementia, right? It's the last track, which is probably my favorite one. And I think it's about the Blair Witch Project. I think when this dropped, this was around that time when that movie was out. Everybody was making a huge deal out of that. But and that quickly dated. But I thought this was a cool pick for this time of year.
Yeah, it's a cool record. I mean, you could pretty much pick any Deceased record.
That's what I was saying. But
the new one really rules. I knew it was going to be good. I've liked everything they've done, but man, the new one is really good. The guitar work, it's so heavy metal. It's dark. It's cool. It's great record. Great record. Check out my review, everybody.
This is hard to explain their sound. That's why I didn't go too deeply into it, because it's like, it's got the death metal, but it's not fully death metal. It's like it's a little bit of thrash and all kinds of other stuff going on.
Yeah, they always throw in thrash. Of course, they got the Voivod influences.
Oh, totally.
They got their fucking punk influences, their crossover hardcore stuff. So that's what's cool about Deceased. They just wear their like all the bands they love on their sleeve, and they just don't give a shit.
Yep. All right. I am up next. Let me turn off that there. Okay. Well, let's get the obvious one knocked on the head. And it's not because of the song Halloween. I mean, I think let me blow this up here. This here, I love the atmosphere and the vibe on this. anything King Diamond did when he was still living in Europe has just this atmosphere to it. It has an atmosphere. I don't know if it's the area or the production style. Once he moved to Dallas or the Texas area, they started recording digital, and it really removed that cleanliness in the digital recording style. Took the sixth member of the band out of the equation, which to me was always the atmosphere and the reverb. But yeah, this Fatal Portrait, for me, this was the third Merciful Fate record. For me, Lurking in the Dark, Voices from the Past, which is the instrumental, great song. Haunted, Dressed in White. I don't know. This is a great record. And that fucking picture of King, best band photo ever. I mean, his hand looks like he's transitioning from a hoof into a hand. I don't know. It's just so cool. What a great.
What is that?
Yeah, it's like all like half hoof, half human hand. I don't know, but it's a killer picture. I don't know. I've always loved this record, and this to me is fall. This is a fall time album, and the CD has and there's a 12-inch for it too, which I have. The Lake. It's the bonus track on the CD. What a great song. What a great song. It would have been great on the vinyl too, but it's not on the vinyl, obviously. But love this album. This to me is obviously Halloween, but the whole fall time, talking about the atmosphere and the spooky movie vibe, that's the one.
Yeah. It's a pretty cool record.
Yeah.
For me, I like Abigail a little bit more than that one, but I like that one. I didn't really like that when it came out. It was too soft for me. So, but now, sorry guys.
It's all right.
I was really liking that. I like it more now than when I'm older. But when it came out, I was just like, this doesn't sound like Merciful Fate to me. I liked Halloween and like one other song on it, but I thought it was gonna. For some reason, when I was younger, everything that came out after another record came out, I wanted it to be heavier. And so when it wasn't heavier, I was like, oh, this isn't good.
Right.
I always wanted it to be more extreme. And when it wasn't,
that's the problem when you go like a solo artist, under the name, like was under King Diamond, and then the band you were coming from is quote heavier. And, you kind of had that expectation as you move through. It's because I made a poll too. That's kind of in that direction, which you guys will see later.
Oh, really? Yeah. But I mean, I like it more now than I did when I was younger, but
Lurking in the Dark on that album. That is the one. That's the creepy, evil sounding song to me. Hey, 104 people in here. You guys are the best in the VC. Thanks for joining us. You're great. Awesome.
Cheers, guys.
I have an OG record without a sleeve. I ordered it one day. It was like $10. I'm like, this is a great price. And it turns out the guy forgot to note there's no sleeve with it.
I thought you were going to say there was no vinyl. It was a different vinyl. It was Michael Jackson inside.
Oh my God, Richard Marx record in it.
Dude, that happened to me. I was at like Goodwill or something, and somebody like dropped off all these records, and I shit you not, fucking NWA straight out of Compton OG press, and I'm like, what the shit? So I grabbed it. I was like all pumped, and then I pulled it out, and it was like Big Ed it owed something. I was like, what is this crap? I should have just bought it for the sleeve.
It's like Polo Loco or something.
I was so pissed. I was like, this sucks.
I got this record at Camelot Music. They used to have a bin up in the front that had a bunch of like dollar records. I got this for $1 around the time it came out. And
what?
I even cracked the seal on it. And there's like well, I'll show you what's in it. There's no lyric sheet, which pissed me off. It's this. That's what came with it. And I think these came with the lyric sheet. So maybe that's why it was. What's that?
Promo or something? Was it like a promo maybe?
No, there's no stamp or there's no cutout on it. I don't know what the hell. I was shocked because there was others on the rack. But it doesn't have a lyric sheet. So if anybody has the OG press of this, if it comes with a lyric sheet, let me know. I ended up getting the tape as well, which has the lyrics.
I could check in a minute when I.
Yeah. No big deal. I'm just I always like, what the hell? Why isn't there any lyrics in here? Because I think they repressed them with lyric sheet, so maybe they didn't have. I don't know. Anyway, Dennis, you're up.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna pick a pretty big bad boy album right here, with Under the Sign of the Black Mark.
Mm-hmm.
This album to me is like a fucking kind of turning point when this band for me changed drastically. I was like, wow, man, this band's taking it to a different level from the first two albums. And I was like, man, this album's kind of kicking my ass, and it has that feel, total atmospheric record.
Yeah.
It just has that, even on the cover, it has like kind of this like almost seasonal kind of not seance, but a ritual, kind of a ritual of changing of seasons, or you know how when they'll do a ritual for different seasons for crops and stuff like that. It kind of reminds me of something like that, where someone comes out and like prays to certain gods and shit like that. Like, hey man, we're gonna come out with this record, and we'll give you our youngest newborn as long as we have a good crop this year. But man, this album, it fucking just destroys. And everybody, I'm pretty sure every black metal, second wave black metal, pretty much followed
that's the blueprint.
Yeah, blueprint, the formula for black metal on this, and the Return, those two albums. And
which makes sense why Corathon moved from that sound into a different direction. He nailed it there. It's like, where do you go from here? With that sound.
It is really, you listen to the Return, which that album is so unhinged and kind of crazy. Yep. It's really amazing how the progression between the Return and Under the Sign, because he nailed it on Under the Sign. It's all perfect. He figured it out. I don't know if that was a conscious decision on the Return to sound bonkers.
That's what I like about those first three records. You have like that kind of Venom, Motorhead, Discharge first record. Then you get like the Return, which is just, like you said, unhinged, kind of noisy, but still satanic as hell. And then you get
that's what they got to get past this to production if you're not used to it.
Brings it all together and like has like a cohesive sound that he was going for at the time.
Yeah. All right, good one, good pull. Rick, what you got?
You know what? I'll do a black metal pull. This band, it's a quote newer band, but it's by seasoned artists, and these musicians are mystery. They don't want you to know who they are, and it's a 2021, so this is a newer one. This is Escamergament, and you look at that, kind of has those vibes.
What's the name of the band?
Escamergament.
Well, that rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah. So as far as I know,
hey, I was like, Exmergement.
Totally. I mean, it's only got like 10 syllables. I'm not even going to attempt reading this title because it's crazy.
Now the world knows what my tramp stamp is.
Yeah, but
that logo arched.
But this shit rolls though, man. It's got a very 90s sound. It's got members from Stilla. I think it's got somebody from Cythereal on this. So it's quality. It's got see, Simon knows.
So Tyler, he's in here shaking his fist to the heavens too. Yeah.
This is an autumn album. Like it's got the atmosphere, it's got the synth. The synth is not overpowering. It just kind of has that very misty thing going on. Again, but it's very enveloped in that 90s. Just that sound. It doesn't sound completely Swedish all the way. Like there's a bit of that old tinges of the Satyricon and other stuff in there. Like I said, all the stuff you like, it's in here. So again, a way to kind of bring in the 2020s. This was a really good drop. So far, it's the only thing they put out, but highly recommend it, especially for this time of year.
People are asking for you to spell that in the chat when you're done talking.
Yeah, I will, because it's ridiculous.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Ridiculous, but it's good. It's a good ridiculous.
Yeah. Yep. Good pick. Never heard of it. That's why you're grateful, because you always pick shit I don't know all the time.
Totally dig it.
Can you just tape me a copy on cassette?
Avant-Garde put it out.
How old is it?
2021.
Oh, new. It looks like an old school record.
It's a newer release. Like I think they got together 2016, but haven't actually released it until sometime later. So they took their time with it. I mean, again, they got their other bands, so it's not like they were in a huge rush.
Well, everybody's talking for this band, and I'm just going to get it out of the way. I did not pick Autumn Aurora, which is the easy one. I think Blood in Our Wells is a better album. This thing, very emotive, very emotional. A couple key changes on here get me choked up every time. I'm not going to lie. Whoever, what the hell is the guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name. Great. This is just his lane. I mean, he's in a bunch of other projects as well, but out of all of them, this is the most emotional, atmospheric as hell. This is a very, Estrangement too. I think Estrangement's a step up from here as well, but those two albums are good companion pieces. But I like Autumn Aurora as well, but his music writing, his musicianship and songwriting got way better as he moved forward. But yep, Blood in Our Wells, Druk. This is a great atmospheric autumn record for me. Although
This one, there's several that could have fit in there.
Winterscape, but
in the chat, we're bringing up Druk quite a bit, and I knew one of us would pull it.
Yep. All right, Dennis, we've circled back around.
All right, I'm gonna pick one that probably
Roman Sayenko. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Metal Vault. Thanks, Peter.
This is one of my favorite records, and probably like not too common. I'm going Postmortem, Coroner's Office.
Yes. I have the missing link. That's the only one I have by them. Yeah.
That has that super heavy song on it.
Caveman.
Caveman rules.
Granite and stone.
This is a weird band, man. This band
They're weird.
This is a very kind of depressing record. Kind of fits the season, I think. Insert's pretty cool. But this was a new Renaissance record, and it has a cool mix of like.
I can't believe it's a colored vinyl. You don't see those a lot back then. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
This was like a weird, like a one-off kind of press for new Renaissance. I know there's a black version too, but this record has some really dark songs on it. It was just a thought. Death to the Masses, Coroner's Office. So it has some really doomy. Waiting for the Funeral is a really heavy, crushing song. Waiting for the Funeral. But then it has like some punk vibes to it as well. It's all over the place. It's punk, thrash, doom. It's just kind of a really unique record. And like Marty said, the EP Missing Link's really cool too, although that has a couple goofy songs on it kind of because they lost their guitarist at the time. But they put out stuff after this, which is okay, but this album for me is just weird and heavy. And yeah, if you like anything I mentioned, doomy, the heavy songs are heavy and it just has some really dark moments to it. So definitely a very autumn, fall, Halloween type of record if you're in the mood for it. If you want to depress the shit out of your family, put this on at Halloween. Really brings in the trick-or-treaters.
I try, but they're too positive.
But I mean, it fits the bill, man. It just is just a really cool fucking record. More people should check it out.
So like a more crossover Dream Death.
Yeah. So it has like those doomy moments, plus it has some crossover, some thrash. It's all over the place. When bands can just do whatever. It didn't matter what you played. No one pigeonholed you.
No. And the funny thing is, it was all lumped into the thrash. I lumped all that shit into thrash.
Yep.
It's like Possessed.
And then when you listen to it now, you're like, wow, that's not really thrash. But
I was watching a video. Possessed comes to mind. They were always a thrash band to me, and everybody's like, no, actually they're death metal. And if they're death, fine, whatever. But I was watching an old clip, a video the other day where they're saying we're basically a thrash band and going on talking about how they're a thrash band. I'm like, it's just what it was back then. It's just what it was.
That's just what we put them in. There was no death metal. There wasn't different genres to put things in. And they're like, people now, that's not black metal. What the fuck you mean it's not black metal? Black metal could be whatever black metal is. You can't say that's not black metal because they don't sound like Darkthrone. That makes no sense.
I mean, I even put Venom in the thrash box. I just did. Yeah. And that's where they seemed, they were a little weird for that box, but it made the most sense to me. They were the closest. I mean, they're torn with Metallica and, fuck. I don't know.
I mean, there wasn't genres until we got death metal. Then okay, now these guys are singing differently. So now that's death metal. This is thrash. This is glam. This is heavy metal.
Yep.
And then crossover punk. And then
I was going to say, because a lot of thrash bands dealt with themes of death already. You know what I mean? So if you say death thrash, it might have been confusing then to kind of just throw that term around. Like, even though today we kind of put it in its own little category. Like there's thrash and there's death thrash, you know. So it's like, it's even more of a mixed bag.
Yeah, and it just really doesn't really matter, honestly. If you just, it's all fucking metal. So you like what you like.
Mike Villain said it best. Like there's dark thrash, proto death. There's a lot of proto stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like crossover, it had its own, and it was the perfect term for it. It's a crossover between thrash and hardcore. Perfect. It's crossover. You know, and it, yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's gotten too crazy. There's too many subgenres, and really there's so many subgenres, and at the core, they all kind of sound the same anyway, but that's just me. Anyway, Rick.
Yeah, they all take from each other.
Yeah. They all come from the same spot.
Yeah. I don't care what anybody says. Second wave black metal has death metal overtones to it because death metal had already came out, and all those black metal bands, those second wave bands, were playing death metal before they played.
Dark Throne, Enslaved. Those guys were in Phobia, which was kind of a grindy band.
Immortal was
Immortal, Old Funeral. Yeah, all of that shit. Yeah, the Emperor guys were in Thou Shall Suffer, which was kind of death metal-y. You know, it's
Yep. Immortal too. Like they all started out like that, and they kind of eventually transitioned.
Yeah.
You know,
because they were sick of the death metal scene, which makes sense at the time, but you had to be there to understand it.
All right, Rick.
I'll put on something that is not quite as blurred. It's pretty clear what it is. But the reason I pulled it is because it reminds me of this time of year, the beer changes. You get a lot of the pumpkin and Oktoberfest, and
my wife already sent me out for your pumpkin yogurt yesterday. I'm going through. No one has it yet. I went to like 2 places. I'm like, God damn it! You'd think they'd be out, but it's not. It must not be time yet.
This one's got it's got a tank on it, so it's automatically cool, and it's got beer. And what if you combine them, right? So Dennis knows where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Your idea of autumn music is really fucking weird, Rick. I'm just gonna put it out.
It's got autumn colors. It's got quite a bit of energy, but I looked at it, I'm like, man, it's just like this is our tankard right here. Like this is our beer. You know, we own this one here. Ben, I don't know if they're still putting out stuff or not. It's like you put out this, and you know,
that and Shark Attack, and then they went Spastic Blur.
I have got 2 copies of Shark Attack on CD and 1 vine of the records, and I'm just like, why do I have this many copies of this record?
Because it fucking rules.
Yeah, it rules, but I don't need that many copies of it.
You know, you got the somber mood, right? But this puts a smile on my face. This is just a fun record, man.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
It's as fun as it looks. Even though the guy on his shirt here says, it says sleep rules. And, like, I guess it does. I mean, yeah, everybody likes sleep.
If you can ever get it, yeah, it's great. But
right.
Hey, North of the Rockies, thank you so much. You did not have to do that. You're too kind. Thank you.
You ruled.
All right. I'm up next. I'm not even ready. Obvious pick number 2.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end boss of fall music, really. Satanic Panic, metal, 100%. I love that picture of King coming out of the church, that evil church he's coming out of. Man, this album enchanted the crap out of me when I got it. It scared me a little bit even. You play into what you see on TV, the Satanic Panic, they're the television and evangelical televangelists. There we go. I've had started drinking before the stream. Probably not a great idea. I haven't drank in a month, so
I pulled it too, of course.
Yeah, well, it's perfect. I mean, you want to talk about an atmosphere that encapsulates the feel of the season. It's this Halloween, spooky time, cool, chill in the weather. Old dead leaves blowing across the forgotten graveyard. This is the album, 100%.
That's it.
And the most evil album ever, The Oath, that whole prayer thing at the beginning of The Oath, it's just like, holy shit, the devil is real. He's real, and he's hanging out for green bean casserole with King during Thanksgiving or something. But
it's aged pretty well too. I mean, you go back and
it's timeless. It's timeless.
It is.
Man, when Desecration of Soul starts off, like, it's just like, oh, the oranges go up, you hoist them to the heavens in defiance to the Lord, and it's awesome. I love this album so much, and it's evil. It's his fall album for sure, 100%. We could go on and on, but that's that.
It's and that cover, like, it could have easily went cheesy, and it's not. It's completely, like, it's another one. The music and the artwork, the whole package is timeless.
Yep. 100%. All right, Dennis, what you got?
Great pick. One of my favorite records. I'm going to go super dark again with Hellhammer, Apocalyptic Raids. Yeah, man. This just screams kind of the season of Halloween. Just kind of even have guys in the back that are dressed up, like ready for Halloween, with their bullet belts and their spikes, when really nobody else was kind of doing that at the time except Judas Priest and maybe Running Wild, but they were kind of in a different genre. Plus you had them, like, even these pictures like of fucking Tom Warrior with his fucking axe up at the top. This record scared the shit out of me when I bought it. Only Death is Real. And the songs are they're heavy as shit, and then they're like messy and disjointed, and they just sound off. Like, the album's uneasy. It's an uneasy EP, I guess, and that's just because they didn't know what they were doing. And then you get that Satan dick on the front, which always
which is pretty good. It's pretty good.
It is. Like, I mean, he's
a little skinny, but he's packing.
He is. Which is really just killer, man. And they were doing something like that nobody else was doing at the time. They just had their own sound, even into Celtic Frost. Yeah. They just always had this sound that had such a very atmospheric sound that, I mean, it just never can be duplicated. I mean, you got bands like Warhammer and other shit like that try to ape it. But for me, like, this early Hellhammer and the first Celtic Frost EP, those things can never be topped for me. And the demos too, just really killer shit.
That's
and
it
just
fits. It's a template album. Like, people will go back and refer to that stuff, and it's just,
and again, we can go to second wave black metal, and there you go again with the Celtic Frost and Bathory stuff. Just pulling from that stuff.
Wow, I've never seen a Canadian. That's crazy. Would they do? Put the bonsai logo there instead?
Speed metal. Right. It's just a condom.
Right on.
The Trojan logo.
All right, Rick, what you got?
All right. So I pulled out something newer. I probably won't be pulling out something as old and cool as Dennis does in this, but it's all right. I'll balance it out. Last year, this came out. This thing rules, but I don't feel like it was talked about enough. And I feel like every time Chris Rov puts out something, it just gets better and better. This is a project that's just kind of been evolving. Fires in the Fall, and what do you lump this in, right? I feel like the older stuff was more black metal-y, and it kind of been moving kind of more in that. I don't know which was the one Byron released. It was the one.
I've forgotten the name of it. Hold on, I can look it up real quick.
And again, it's got the whole autumn thing, and it just kind of gives me that whole vibe.
Waves of Degradation.
That's the one with, I think it's black and white, right?
Yep.
That's a good one too. And it's just like, again, I love all the Crust stuff, so I think I pretty much have them, just about all of them at this point. And this right here, this is probably more on the death metal side than the black metal side. It's a little, again, it's steering more towards the melodic death metal direction. If you like that kind of stuff with a bit of that, what do you call it, with the little black metal tinges, it's good stuff. Like I said, it just gets better and better. I would say if you're going to start with this, depends when you want how polished you want your stuff. I mean, if you like it really, really polished, you can start with this one. But if you want a more black metal, look into the older releases. But it's just a cool project. Krigsgrav. I'll probably put it in the chat if you guys don't know. It's spelled a little weird.
Yeah, we still have plenty of copies of Waves of Degradation
sitting
in the room over here if you want one. Come and get it.
It's like good stuff like this. Again, I was a little frustrated. I'm like, man, nobody's talking about this. This thing's great.
Everybody says they want CDs until you press them, and then all of a sudden they get real quiet and go away. So they sit in your basement for years and decades, and it's great. It's great. Anyway, go to shop.bindrunerecordings.com, Tyler, and you will grab yourself a Kriegsgrav CD, 100%. All right.
Oh, you love it, man.
Because Ben mentioned it and said, oh, boy, if you show it again, he's going to be disappointed in me. Well, here it is. One of the best albums from Norway, 100%. This thing is an atmospheric gem. And tell me that cover doesn't look like you're in the fall staring at the moon through the fog. And granted, this is a Northern Europe depiction of a tree line, but still, it's this album is great. I call it Norwegian bolt thrower, but they have a lot more atmosphere and folky influence than bolt thrower does, but there's still that mid-pace kind of flow. This is just a flow. This album's just got the flow, man. I love it. It's atmospheric. It's dark. You feel like you're in that picture looking up at the moon if you're listening to this thing. I love it. I'm not going to keep going on because I've showed this a bunch, but all these records I've shown tonight, I've pulled tonight.
It sounds like what it looks like. You look at that, you're like, that's pretty much what you're getting.
Yeah,
it's great.
And thankfully they're back to that style. Their last two records, Heathen and Philosopher, sound like early Eternus, so they're totally back on track. Great band.
Killer.
All right, Dennis.
All right, I'm gonna go with this is a really cool record. I'm kind of wearing the shirt, but it's not this record. It's Holocausto.
Oh yeah,
De La Morte, and this is the fucking Red Stream, fucking whatever. I don't know. This is like I found this record at a show back when it came out, and I had no idea this was even out. I like walked in, like I was looking at the merch table. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, they have a record out? That's weird. So I picked it up and then I got it home and I'm like, this doesn't sound like Season of the Dead.
No.
But man, this record is gross. It's so disturbing sounding. With Phil on guitars, which he just, I don't know, like he just plays these riffs that are just so like obscure sounding.
He's got a sick playing style. It doesn't really sound like everybody else. It's really,
it just sounds like
even
so
his Viking,
awful.
his solo project Viking Crown, it's total like Beharit.
What was his pseudonym on that again? Like you wouldn't know it's Phil,
remember.
right? He went under some ridiculous name.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Let me see. Oh, Jesus Christ. The
forget
Prince,
what
like
it was.
The size of a fucking, it's the size of the Hellhammer dick. Anton Crowley.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yep. But yeah, like the songs are really disjointed, which makes them kind of, like I said, kind of almost like other bands I've mentioned, which kind of, it gives that feeling of like, oh, what am I listening to? Blood Freak. Like I really like Cadaverous Screams from My Deceased Lover. That song is really just heavy, and it actually has a riff from Season of the Dead in it as well. Burning Moon Sickness from the movie Burning Moon. And what I really like about this record with Killjoy and Phil is that they were really trying to make a statement about how horror was at the time. Like there was no like really good horror movies coming out. And there's an old interview where they're talking about movies and stuff like that and why they made this project to come out with something that was what is horror, like, because there was like Scream and all those kind of shitty movies coming out at the time. And they're like, no, man, let's go back to the Fulci stuff. And, you know, look at today, man. How many bands are based on Fulci? Like, there's so many.
There's a band called Fulci.
Right? which is crazy. But they were taking it back to that, what they watched and what they considered horror, and that's kind of how they made this record. So just really, if you guys like horror movies and even like really heavy, down-tuned, gross death metal, definitely check this one out. It kind of borders a line too between death metal and doom and black metal kind of at sometimes. But yeah, just really, really good. And then they came out with a video they got the guy from Toe Tag to do it, and it's really super disgusting. So,
it is. Yeah.
Definitely check it out.
Came out at a weird time too. I think just death metal in general was a bit of a down point.
It
So
was. Nobody doing that kind of stuff. So that's why it's really cool too.
Lots of good suggestions in the chat tonight, as always. You guys rule. I'm trying to keep up with you.
I know. I'm looking at all the recommendations. I'm like, shit, man.
Rolling fast here. All right, Rick, what you got?
Everybody was talking about one of the recommendations in the chat was Wolfheart, right? The reason I didn't pull Wolfheart was because to me, it's more of a Halloween album.
You mean Moonspell, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So instead, I pulled Irreligious.
Oh yeah.
This to me, it speaks more autumn than it does. Again, that's why I didn't pull Wolfheart, because it's more. I guess if we were doing an actual Halloween stream, I might have pulled Wolfheart for that one. But this right here, it's just those first two Moonspell albums just rule, man. They really hit that. It wasn't quite as. I feel like it got more Chocula.
Yeah, the Count Chocula vocals really started to blah blah blah.
More pronounced. It was a little more subdued. But still pretty aggressive. It has quite a mixed bag. This is a band that kind of hits me because it's very moody. It has all these little mix of styles. It got a little bit of that your old Peter Steele thing going on, but without all the humor.
Right.
Yeah, good stuff. And I would say you can go with this or Wolfheart. It's, I like Butterfly Effect too, but that's when you can tell they were trying something completely different, going in a whole nother direction. With that kind of style. But still a good band. I feel like as they got into the 2000s, their stuff has gotten actually pretty dark. Again, but this is when they were really in that really gothy period.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah. You rule, man. Thank you.
Now I'm thinking about records I didn't pull. Shit.
Yeah, I'm starting to make a list here. I'm like, shit, I should have pulled, and if I run out of bullets, I'm gonna go make a little dive here. But good pull. I wasn't expecting any Moonspell tonight. That was a good one.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. All right. I had a hard time deciding between this and Nottin's Madrigal, but I think a lot of people would say this is a winter record, but I don't know, man. This is just pure atmosphere, mystical sounding. There's how many years of Ulver, and there's only 2 albums I like by them. I don't know, but this one is great. As soon as that drum roll kicks in at the beginning, I'm locked in for the entirety of this thing. It's so atmospheric. Probably one of the prettiest, most atmospheric Norwegian records from the era. Definitely an autumn album. You could also lump this in with. You could flip it with winter as well. It works for either. But this is one of the Century Media reissues they did here a few years ago. Really nice thick jackets. They did a great job on these things. I bought the first 3. I really don't want to know how much I can't remember what I paid for them. It can't be pretty. That they must line these records with gold or something. But anyway, Ulver's Bergtot. This is a great record. If you are unfamiliar, this and Nottin's Madrigal, which sounds, again, this is another band. The first 4 albums sound nothing like each other.
I was going to say, it sounds very different. Like
every single one is a different thing.
It's like with that sound, they peaked with that sound. Like, where do you go from here? It's like you just go something completely different. And that's what.
Then they went total old school, but man, that Nottin's Madrigal, I remember getting the promo for that and going, man, this sounds like dog shit. I couldn't get past it. But then once I finally had to work through it to review it, the riffs on that thing is just the riffs on it are just scathing. Amazing. It's an amazing record. But yeah, and I can't imagine hearing that album any other way than that, but Ulver, they had their moment. Once they hit their 4th record, the pretentious crap. I just could not follow where they were going. Just couldn't do it. But anyway, Dennis.
All right. Here's a cool one you don't see too much of. I'm doing Necrodeath Into the Macabre.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this record has again, I'm going to say this a lot, but a really killer atmosphere to it. Flag of the Inverted Cross and At the Mountains of Madness. So you have some H.P. Lovecraft in here as well. But very occultish kind of record again that kind of brings these, what I feel is these kind of rituals to the seasons. And I feel like this is another one to me, kind of an obscure sounding band as well. They mix like a lot of thrash with early first wave black metal as well. But man, this album just has some really killer riffs on it and some really, really awesome fucking rhythms that just get you hooked into this and really sets a mood for the season for sure. Definitely check this out if you guys haven't heard this. And even their second album's badass. It's a band that kind of pretty much has a pretty good discography. They're probably still going to this day, but I don't really. I mean, I've heard a couple of things where I'm like, but then I've heard other things from Necrodeath, and I'm like, wow, that's actually pretty good still. So definitely a band to check out. These guys are from Italy, so Necrodeath.
They took a hiatus like in the '90s, and when it came back, what was it?
Yeah.
Blackest Pitch. That one rules, man. It's like you just talk about comeback albums. Holy shit.
Yeah. They had another one, Scarlet something, I can't remember, but that was killer too.
All right.
But yeah, just a killer band all around, but just killer record.
Rick. So I'm trying to type in the chat and keep up with all this shit. Alan, dang it.
Well, I know Marty's not going to pull this one for certain reasons. Dennis, I'm almost sure you're not going to pull any Panopticon, but it came up in the comments there. And Autumn Eternal, it's just kind of an obvious.
I could have done it, but it feels like nepotism. So
there you go.
Yeah, that album rules. I love that record.
I'll do it for you. This is when Austin located the Minnesota, not too long. Right? I think
it was the album before that. Actually, Roads to the North is when yeah.
And then I came back with Roads to the North. Feel like it's a little more aggressive than this overall. You still have that going on here. This actually has probably one of my favorite Panopticons, Superior Lament. One of my favorites. I can just listen to that over and over and over.
Sleep to the sounds of the waves crashing. That the blast beat in there when it stops and the waves. Oh my god, it's so fucking cool.
It's so like good. This thing's like over an hour, but it doesn't feel like it. I put it on. It's just like you just kind of get captivated. Just there's a certain sound. It's hard to explain, but you can tell it's a Panopticon album. But yeah, I mean. There's probably a couple I could have pulled, but I mean, this one obviously has Autumn Eternal here, but I pulled it because of Superior Laments, which I really dig that track. I mean, I like all the tracks, but that one definitely my favorite.
Corey, just be patient. I think next year is an anniversary for that record, so we're going to be reissuing the album next year. So do not pay stupid, ridiculous prices on it. We're going to repress it on vinyl next year. So
you just did Rose of the North, right?
Yeah, we just did Rose, and actually we're about to put up pre-orders for on the subject of Mortality. That we did a small repress of that. It's been out for a while. He wanted it for tour, so
cool.
So that's coming as well. So yep, great. That's a great record. That's one of my favorites of his for sure.
It's a great period.
All right. Oh shit, I'm next. All right, let's see what we got here. I don't even remember what I got. Oh, yep. This is maybe a weird Autumn record, but I just remember me and my friend Scott driving around the 8th Street Cemetery listening to this and Death and Insanity, Tales of Terror by Hallows Eve back in the day. Full Moon is creeping ourselves out. There's this album, one of my favorite UK thrash albums. This thing is
I almost picked it. Flames of the Antichrist, man.
It's so anchored in the 80s satanic panic. It just, the Satanism on this thing, it felt legitimate because the music was so sharp and dark, even though it was thrashy. There's a little bit of Metallica-ism on here, but god damn it, this record rules. This is my favorite thing they did. Another band, their first 4 records sound nothing alike. Man, I don't know what to say other than this gave me the creepy vibes, and I dug it 100%. And I know I've talked about this record a lot on here, but if you have been dragging your feet, go check this record out. Onslaught the Force. It's awesome. It's a great record. One of the best things out of England during this era, other than
100%
Sabbath.
agree.
What'd you say?
I said 100% agree.
Yep.
We don't always need a cool.
It
It doesn't have to be like a cool painting. Like that. You look at that, you don't know what to think. There's a pentagram on the cover, but it's like because it doesn't feel thrash. You look at that, you're like, it could be black metal.
Devin, Power from Hell rules, but it's crusty. It's kind of comes from a crusty punk vibe, which I dig. I think it's cool, but yeah.
The South American bands are they're a different animal.
It's not a South American band. It's an English band.
Power from Hell? You sure?
Yeah. Onslaught's powerful. Onslaught's an English band.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Power from Hell.
Oh, the band?
It's a band, Power from Hell.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the album. I thought they were talking about the album.
They got their name from the album, yeah.
Right on. Okay.
Because I know Devin's a fan.
Right on. All right, Dennis.
All right, man. Let's get into some fucking death metal, man. Let's go fucking God Macabre. The Winter Long. Fucking destroys, dude. Swedish death metal, early 90s. The band that was Macabre turned into God Macabre. And that 7-inch is actually on this as well. The last 3 songs are the 7-inch. I just talked about this record. Just heavy fucking shit. Basically, take Carnage and Paradise Lost, and you get God Macabre. Just heavy as balls, and has this really dark atmosphere to it. Even the band photos, them with their hair like in front of them and stuff like that. All wearing flannels, of course, but yeah, man, this shit fucking. If you guys haven't heard God Macabre, go check it out. I think it came out in I want to say 91, 92, somewhere around there. I don't know about this. I think, oh shit, it does have a little insert as well. This is the repress.
Yeah, there was a poster too. I got the poster on my wall right there.
Is there a poster? I didn't get a poster. What the fuck?
Wait. There. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Kind of.
Right there. Let me blow it up.
I see Waldo too, somewhere in the corner.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yep. Down there. Much better. Not really. Anyway. Yeah, good pick.
So you don't think I'm a poser? I have the original fucking CD on MDR.
Nice. Where the hell did you find that?
It'll make me pull the fucking 7-inch. No, just kidding.
We didn't have any doubt that you didn't have the original stuff. Always.
I got the demo too.
It's one of those that they kind of dipped out early. They kind of released this, Magnus Opus, like Dustin Bauman, bands like that. They just put out their thing, just like, okay, everybody just.
The fucking cool thing about that band is I think they played at like a death fest, like a Milwaukee metal fest, like not even that long ago or something like that. I remember seeing like a video, maybe like 10. I say not that long ago, but it was probably like 10 years ago. And I was like, God damn, they got fucking God Macabre to play over here. That's crazy. But yeah, man. And they sounded fucking killer.
Their stuff's been getting reissued, which is cool. I mean, I guess they're getting more, noticed. So, the fact that they would play these fests, I guess people are able to get copies of this stuff.
It's just weird that they would pick that band because, I mean, that's like picking Abhorrence to play. And like, there's like 12 people there, like, yeah. What?
See, it's funny. If anybody wants an original copy of something, all you got to do is book a flight down to Australia, where Simon and Jeff from Mendicant Media and Simon from Explosive Action, that's where all OG presses go to die.
Brendan Von Doom too. Yeah. They all know what it is.
They're finding shit on like the black market somewhere, like some kangaroo poachers. Like, I got that.
I got that. Yeah.
I'd go, but I have to get insurance because everybody wants to kill me. So.
Oh, if it's from Greece, it's a bootleg. I hate to tell you.
It's a fucking boot.
It's a bootleg. Oh, sorry, Simon. You bought a bootleg. Anyway,
let me see the Matrix code.
Yeah. I got it from Russia. It's totally from a guy in Russia. It's totally legit.
It was really cheap too. I don't know. It was great
Yeah,
price.
I could believe the steel I got on it. Anyway, Rick, what you got?
I'm gonna tap into a new. That's not a new genre, but it's a genre that I don't know if you guys are picked anything from this. Neo folk. And
Yeah,
well,
I
it's a
dig
little,
neo folk. Yeah.
yeah, just a little bit of everything. I think Dan Cap, who's actually the vocalist for Solstice now, the UK Solstice, not the death metal band. But yeah, Wilkinson.
I
So
recognize that cover.
probably not one everybody would know. Really, really good stuff. There's a lot of substance to this. There's a lot of textures and just things going on with instrumentations, just flutes and it's just really captivating, really good atmosphere. This is the 2016 album. It's called, what is it? Songs from the Firegan. And yeah, he's even got what's his name? Jake Rogers from Calvin Brood. Does some guest appearances on this, and he does the flute on this. This, and I think on a couple other tracks on some other. So apparently they're really good buds. But man, if you're looking for something that's a little more, oh yeah, and there's a CD. Look at this thing. If you're wondering what to do with CDs, that's another idea. People might still lose it anyway. But
those come off. It's annoying. Anyway.
Yeah, this is. So I just keep it in there just so that, because if I take it off, I'm gonna forget it has a CD. It's just, I don't know. But yeah, just really good stuff. If you're looking for something that's a little more like Imperium, but not quite metal, but it has those textures, because you can tell this guy has a very black metal kind of background, and it comes off with the instrumentation here, even though it doesn't have that genre tag. Kind of falls more in that neo folk category. But there's acoustic stuff going on. There's a lot of little cool ambient moments, folky instrumentation. Like I said, any album basically from Wilkinson. I'll write it down because I don't think a lot of you wouldn't know what that is unless you follow this genre. But yeah.
All right, good stuff. Okay, what have I got here? Yeah.
I've seen that one before.
Hitting all the classics here. Yeah. I mean, this is a fall record, especially you start off with The Sorceress. Talks about, the Salem Witch, the journey of the Salem Witch. It's, I don't know what to say. I've said it a million times, but this is the mystical fall weather record for me. Guardian, Exodus, classic, 1000%. And again, starting off with The Sorceress, it feels like an 80s suspenseful, like the Dunwich Horror or something weird like that. I would always see the Dunwich Horror. Must be 18 to rent at the local video store. Finally got old enough to rent it. Kind of sucked.
It's a cool movie. It's just not, you don't need to be 18. There's nothing that crazy in that movie.
No, there's nothing that crazy, but they had the sticker on it. So it built up like, this is the one. This is the most evil. Just some boobs and stuff. Whatever. It's all good. Anyway, yep. Fate's Warning. Love it. Dennis.
Kill it.
It's a classic.
All right. I'm going to pick this one because it's got to be said. We're going Paradise Lost Gothic.
Mm-hmm.
Just oh man, dude. Talk about seasons. But this album just brings you in from summer into basically a different season. And this this CD, man, or this record, it's kind of a game changer to the scene. I mean, you go from their first record, which definitely has some Crust influences as well as death metal, but for Gothic, you start getting those keyboards and those vocals and stuff like that. It's so fucking heavy and crushing, and it's one of those. It's more of an experience, like a record that's like, dude, this is like you put this on anytime, you're good. Probably not a great party record, but who knows? But for sure, definitely kind of a change for the band, where they're going, where their style was going. But for me, this record, I used to play the shit out of this record when it came out.
Oh, me too.
I mean, it was kind of a game changer, and it definitely has this very fall autumn sound to it that just kind of transitions the seasons for me. Just an essential record either way, but Paradise Lost Gothic is just I feel like this record doesn't get enough love that I hear a lot. I mean, in the chat with you guys for sure, but a lot of people don't know this. They know more of their like, metal stuff where it's more metallic-y or whatever it is, where they were trying to get more commercial. But this record just pounds you into the fucking ground, and it's super depressing and just, yeah, killer, man.
Imagine how awesome that. I mean, I think it's a great record, but how amazing it would have been with a good drummer. The drummer on that, he's just so. Ooh. The production of the drums is rough, and the playing is just kind of not great. But I don't know. It's great. I too spun the shit out of that record when it came out.
Despite that, I could still, it doesn't bother me as much. But when everybody kept talking about it, I'm like, man, now I started to notice it because it kept being brought up. But it is a party record. It's if you ever have a lithium party, you could put that in there.
I mean, it's a transitional record for sure. It's a record where they were trying to explore something that wasn't really happening at the time. So
yeah,
that's what I really love about the record. It's just more of it is what it is. And you're just like, oh shit, man, this is like a progression from the first record from Lost Paradise, which I love the shit out of that record as well. But and even looking at the band back then, you can see their Crust influences from like the way they're wearing their pants and patches and stuff like that. So, and a lot of those Peaceville bands were old hardcore Crust bands.
All those dudes were all old punks. Yeah.
Yep. And that's what I really like about those two bands. It's like you get that feeling of like a band changing styles, but not really knowing how to do it. So that's what I like about it.
Yep. You had a little bit of that in the US with Winter, and you get like coming from Disrupt, and they kind of just transitioned into this. And I feel like everybody kind of has these beginnings, when you come to that style. Let's just slow it down by a lot and make it heavier. And that's what they did.
It's really amazing if you think about if you start breaking down the whole metal scene in England. A lot of the earache bands all come from all punk kids, Bolt Thrower, Napalm. Then you got Sacrilege, Prophecy of Doom. That shit was very crusty punk. Pitch Shifter, Godflesh, all that shit had a crust punk vibe to it.
It's all that fucking early punk shit, that UK punk shit, and then it goes into Napalm, which was just a punk band, and then they change their style.
Yep.
And then you get all these like Deviated Instinct and all those bands. And
that's another one.
I mean, I think one of the bands that doesn't get mentioned enough that's a huge influence on a lot of bands is Hellbastard. Heading into an Infernal Darkness record. Oh my God. I mean, their demo was called fucking, what was it called? Crust, Hell Crust or something like that. But yeah, man. Yeah, Hammy. Fuck, man. It was a killer time in the UK for sure. That's when those bands were coming out, and it was just fucking, man.
Yeah.
Ripcord and all those bands. Heresy.
Oh, totally. It was, and yet it seems like their thrash era kind of skipped that. I mean, you had Acid Rain and
Ripper Crust. Thanks, Greg.
You know what? The only Hellbastard I owned, I had Natural Order on vinyl. I didn't like it. They shifted away from the crust punk. They did. It was just kind of thrashy and just kind of like I got rid of it.
I didn't like it when it came out, but I like it now. But when
I regret selling it because I would like to revisit it. I sold it. I just got like $100 for that record. It was an OG press, so I mean I got a bunch of money for it. But
for what?
Hellbastard Natural Order. I sold it ages ago.
I got it.
Yeah. You must have bought it from me.
Must be $120 now.
Bought it from some guy in Michigan.
Yeah.
I bought it for like $1. Nobody wanted that shit back then. They were like, what is this?
Yep. Anyway, yep.
Yeah. Back in the day, my headspace was not in that crust punk. I didn't get it. It took me a long time to really get a grip with that sound. But the way you guys explained it makes sense, especially what was going on in the UK scene.
All right, Rick. Yeah, it just didn't do much for me. I don't know. Virus. Anybody remember Virus? That was another English band, wasn't it?
Oh, Virus is killer, man. Pray for War. Oh man,
I had I picked up Force Recon out of the Camelot bargain bin for $1, and I listened to it a bunch, but it never really blew me away. You know, just the thrash bands in England. I struggled with them. I tried, other than Sabbath and Onslaught and stuff.
Oh man, just reminded me because I think I saw the Virus. Dennis, you showed it in one of your videos, and I put it in my Discogs cart. I think it's still in the cart. Where somebody snags it.
Yeah. All right, Rick, you're up.
Yeah, you know, it's a bit of that Peaceville talk and whatnot. In the
talk
chat.
A bunch. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
All right. Can I talk a bunch about this? So, you know, I think one significant person that was involved in that scene at the time was Dan Swano, and lately he's kind of been brought up again because the Edge of Sanity stuff has been reissued, and then the Nightingale stuff, and but one album that I've actually do listen to during the fall is Nightfall Overture, and I didn't really know about Nightingale back in the 90s. It was a band that nobody really talked about. You know, I knew about Edge of Sanity, but you know, Dan had like a million projects. You know, he's done all kinds of stuff. You know, and then the stuff he did with Catatonia and whatnot. But this was kind of a band that was not really something that was. I never seen a Nightingale album in a store. And when you go back and listen to that stuff, you're like, man, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like nothing like his death metal stuff or his progressive metal stuff. Like it's a very strange bird. And then when he dropped this, which I think was 2005, I don't know, it was on the Black Mark. And this pretty much took a compilation of the stuff. I guess he took some select tracks from the previous Nightingale albums and reworked them and re-recorded them, and they're definitely better. They're a lot better if you compare it to going back to the original. They're okay. Yeah, Losing Myself, I think it's the one Insanity cover on here, but this felt very foul to me. You know, even just looking at it, just kind of has that vibe. But at the time, I wasn't aware it was a re-recording. Back in 05. This is one I listened to quite a bit digitally before I finally picked up a physical. And now I see it's like it's all been reissued and shit, like all his stuff right now. But you know, so what I'm trying to say is, you can find it now. It's accessible. If you want to pay Century Media's prices, that's the only catch.
Did they reissue The Breathing Shadow as well? That's my favorite, when he's trying to be Sisters of Mercy. I love that record.
Yeah, it just shows you how like just versatile Swano is, right? Like with a lot of his stuff, you know. But again, this was not a band that was on my radar at all during the 90s. Like it was just not something anybody talked about. Maybe for a good reason. Again, like I said, it's a very rough just production, and to get, especially if it's not your wheelhouse kind of stuff. Again, I was more of an Edge of Sanity kind of guy. But this thing it rules. I think there was another follow-up to this Nightingale. I couldn't quite get as much into that one like I did with this one. But I think it's a pretty good re-recording some of the older material. I can't go back and listen to the originals, so I kind of just go towards this one. But yeah.
All right. Awesome. Oh, I'm next. All right. There it is. My favorite Bathory album, Blood on Ice. Something about this record's just magical. As far as the Viking era, he nails it on this. I mean, the two songs, The Wood Woman and The Lake. Wow. the 1,000-man Viking choir in the background, and Through My Eyes Into the Lake So I Could See From Within. Just the whole concept of this album is fun. It's a great story, an epic. It's just, I remember, I relate with this in the fall because I used to have a house over on Slights Road, and it was a small side street, and it overlooked this like old farm, massive field. I would sit there in the breezeway of my house and sit there, just get shit-faced hammered, drinking, listening to this record, blasting through the window, and it was autumn time, and it was beautiful scenery in front of me, and these hawks are diving, trying to catch field mice, and it was just, I put this record on, I go back to that time, just sitting there getting hammered on cheap Schlitz ice.
Let's ice.
Schlitz ice because I demand quality for my liver. Yeah, this is a special record for me. I love it. It's his best, like, although the Nordland records are both awesome. He ended on an incredibly high note. He got it sorted out, and for me, this is a battery I love. I love the early
he
stuff
needed
too.
to put
But
that one out. I think after
Yeah.
Requiem and Aftergone, some people
God.
kind of
She had to write the long ship for sure because it was about to sink or it was listing or something. I don't know, but he was all over the place. He finally got it back on track with that awesome record. Oh, we found it in the closet in the archive. Whatever. He's lying. He lied about everything. He tried.
Right.
Yeah, he lied about
the
everything.
way to be mysterious, but
Yeah.
in his case, it was not the right way.
No, he was trying to be an enigma.
Never heard of Venom or Motorhead. I don't know what you
No, I don't know. I've never heard of those bands. Whatever.
Sure,
Shut
close.
up. Quit lying. All right. Blood on Schlitz ice. Yes. That's it, Ryan.
If you ever get a beer that has ice after it, be prepared to have a fuck up hangover the next day.
That was the first beer when I turned 21. I walked into Meyer Thrifty Acres. I walked into the beer aisle. I grabbed the black case, the 24 pack of Schlitz ice. It was like $5. I don't know. It was ridiculously cheap. And man, I regretted my life after I drank it, but man, yeah, it was black. I'm like, oh, it can't be bad. It's called Schlitz and it's in a black case. This is great. Yeah. Anyway, it got the job done. It got all the dotted the I's and crossed the T's.
I'm pretty sure it was like 8% or something. I know it had higher alcohol content.
This blood IPA is 8%, so I'm about to dig in. So I might get a little stupid later. You don't like it when I get stupid anyway. I get stupid. I don't need to be drunk to get stupid.
Yeah, I already come pretty stupid. Just add beer, it gets worse. Anyway, Dennis, what you got?
I got Impetigo, Ultimo Mondo Cannibale.
Some of the best vocals in death metal.
Oh my god, this record's so fun.
Yeah.
This is almost like one of those Halloween records you buy. You just add some guitars to it. Just has like intros and gurgling vocals and stuff like that. But it's fun. Like Horror of the Zombies, they got a little bit more serious, but this one, like, it still had that punk feel to it. You got like disorganized maggot. Dear Uncle Creepy. I love that song. Dear Uncle Creepy. And if you guys don't know, Uncle Creepy, he's a mascot for a horror comic that came out in the 70s. So he's talking about the state of horror of today. The horror of today is so fucking lame. Just fucking killer.
He was the pre-Elvira, right? He was the guy that did all the narration and shit for.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically when I bought this album. This was basically me, like, wearing horror shirts and listening to this kind of stuff. This was
You
like
haven't changed a bit.
They basically took like B movies and made it into like a full record. You got fucking Cannibal Holocaust on the front, and they took those movies that no one really talked about and made it into a record, which was really cool. And they added really cool like music that really wasn't going on at the time. And again, it really hasn't been. There's no band you're like, oh, it sounds like Impetigo. There's no band like you're like, it sounds like Impetigo. It's not a band that's really copied much.
I was gonna say they're another one of those template bands, like that what do you call that cannibal kind of style of death metal, which you got the Pygas and these bands kind of right now kind of go in that direction and kind of take it, borrow from that style, which is cool seeing that that element introduced. But
definitely, I mean, I think that started in like when Razorback Records came out again, and they started coming out with all these bands that were all horror themed. But Impetigo was pretty much the band that like took over from Necrophagy as far as like all horror like songs. But then they had like some goofy songs too, like Revenge of the Scabby Man or something like that. So they always added kind of a fun element to it, especially on this record. But yeah, man, this shit rules. You guys all know this one.
Oh yeah.
And I think Wild Rags put that out, didn't they?
I believe so.
This one's on Wild Rags. They're Wild Rags number 20. This is their 20th release on Wild Rag. But I had bought the Giallo demo when it came out, so when this record dropped, I was like, wow, that's fucking killer. Man.
Such a fun band. They were so fun. Steve-O's vocals were sick.
Yeah.
So good. I just couldn't wait for the sample to be done so you get to the singing and the bass, the heavy bass tone, and it's just fun shit. Fun shit.
It is. Just awesome for like a Halloween party or whatever you're doing.
Yep. I got the disorganized 7-inch purple marble swirl from Relapse catalog back in the day when they would do those 7-inch clearance things. You'd buy so many, you get one for free or whatever.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of cool 7 inches back then. I used to sit on the toilet and highlight shit. Like, I need this. Relapse catalog, man. That was, who needed the internet? As long as you got the Relapse catalog or the Wild Rags. I mean, you get the Wild Rag, you can do the same thing.
Yep. I did the same thing. My Wild Rags, my fucking Relapse.
Yeah.
What sucked was when it got later into like the late 90s, and then like you get the Relapse catalog, and it's like Mersbo, and you're like,
what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I was gonna say I missed a big chunk of those years. You guys are older, quite a bit older. So I'm like, when I jumped in,
did you just say quite a bit older? Fuck off, man.
Old like, fart. Old, man.
I'm gonna blame everything on it.
Who's, quite a bit. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, what were you saying?
Yeah, well, you missed out on the Mersbo era, right?
Damn it.
Yeah, he came in the Merker era.
I came in where like when the Mortation stuff was still dropping, but I missed the Impetigo era. Like that would have been cool.
Yep, it was fun stuff.
Yep.
All right, I'm just kidding. Guest host, co-host, don't leave.
I'm having audio issues all of a sudden. Oh shit!
Right. It's a full Mersbo stream now. So
I remember hearing Mersbo for the first time. I'm like, seriously, this is it? It's like 45 minutes of the same. What? Cool to the people that like that shit, but man, not me.
Right.
Oh, my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Damn it! I feel like I just had a turn.
It's those pumpkin ciders, dude.
It's got to be that, right?
You want me to go get you some Yoplait pumpkin yogurt too? That's what my wife sent me up for.
I haven't even touched my donut yet. So anyway,
sounds like a personal thing.
you got you brought up like King Diamond earlier, right? And you compared it to like the
couple times.
So there's this other guy, who's very known for his amazing vocal ability, but then he's got a solo thing, right? Bruce Dickinson. And Tyranny of Souls. This is what was not stuff I was looking at when it was dropping at the time. I figured this is second-rate Maiden or whatever, at the time. Even though it's, it's got Maidenisms, throughout. But I realized that there are some albums I really just can't get into, and there are some that I can, and this is one of them. Chemical Wedding, I think this is the one that followed it. And I think that's the one with Adrian Smith, but he's not.
That came out after Chemical Wedding.
Yeah.
Souls, yeah.
That's I think that's what I meant. I can't. I'm gonna be out of order quite a bit on this.
That's okay. That's okay.
You guys can still donate. I'm just saying. No, but this is good. Again, I ignored it because I'm like, well, there's always the Maiden stuff. I mean, why do I need to explore the Bruce solo material? And in a way, I kind of regret it. It's good. It's the caliber of something like what was dropping with the Maiden releases at the time, not like those classics. And it's kind of unfair to compare it to that. I mean, he was kind of trying something a little different here. And took that hiatus, came back. But I can't speak for the entire catalog. I know didn't he drop an album last year or earlier this year? I can't remember.
Yeah.
So apparently, there's a fan base out there for, there's a demand for his solo material. So clearly, but this is something here that, I got into. I think I picked this up about 2 years ago, something like that. And it kind of made me think about his solo catalog because I've never really explored it that deeply. I explored a track here and there, and people talked about it, but I'm like, I'm good. But I don't know. I really enjoy this one, Tyranny of Souls, and You know, again, I feel like something that I could get into, but not. I don't get an itch all year round. But for something like this during the autumn when things are shifting, I want to explore something that I don't usually visit in my little what do you call it, CD bin. I think this is a good one.
Yeah.
That's cool. I can't remember that record. I remember thinking it was okay. And then I remember like revisiting it maybe like a few years ago and not liking the guitar tone on it or something.
It's like it's very memorable. It's got like the hooks. It's got some pretty good melodic moments. So it's trying to stay in that template of the way the Maiden albums were. It's kind of in that period. I can't say that now because the Maiden albums are kind of a little more, what's that word, bloated. You know, you don't get it from his solo stuff.
Trim the fat boys. Yeah.
It reminds me kind of like the Halford solo stuff where it's like, it's cool, but it's not like something I'm going to reach for over.
I never felt the urgency, you know, to pick. Didn't he put out like a Christmas album?
Yeah, he did. He put out that fucking stock car racing album. Just had a stock car. It was
Who did the stock? Oh, wow. He kind of lost his way for a while. That two project. He's just trying to fishing in the popular stuff, trying to strike gold. You know.
Yeah.
Screw you, Priest. I don't need to come back. I got Trent Reznor now. You know, it just didn't work. Didn't work for him.
No. And then he went back to metal, which kind of was whatever. I like those first two Halford
People
records.
tell me the fight stuff's good too. I just haven't gotten around to checking it out yet.
Oh, that fight album rules.
It's hit or miss. It's got good songs
Like,
and then it's got like weird fucking groove metal songs on it.
That fight, one of those fight records has got the dude that went on to be Satchel in Steel Panther. The guitar player for Steel Panther. There you go. Yep, Satchel. Anyway, I'm a vat of useless knowledge this evening. Okay, here we go.
Does Trent Reznor make you guys run away? Is that what I'm getting here?
I like some Nine Inch Nails.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. All right, fall record.
Ooh.
Just a Race. In Flames. Man, this reissue. The logo and the text is nice and sharp, and the picture they blew up from the CD, so it's all pixelated and shitty. But man, you want to talk about a snapshot in time with the whole Gothenburg scene. This was kind of the end boss for that era. And this album in particular, god damn, I love this record. It's just every riff is golden. The melodies are just so deep in the hook. Oh God, you just can't get away from it. The vocals are just brutal and coherent. You can understand what the guy's saying. Anders, is that who's singing on this? Moonshield, Graveland, Artifacts of the Black Rain. What a great album. Holy shit. Moonshield. Oh my God. Very atmospheric. This is a fall record for me. In fact, I haven't spun this in a while. I need to definitely put this on. Great stuff. Out of all of that whole era, yeah, everybody's like, oh, Dark Tranquility. I like that shit too, but this record in particular, man, this thing is, after this, they started to get more commercial and groovy and some good stuff still, but then they fell off into the mall metal stuff. But here was them on a track that, this is the height of their evolution at the time. And this is a monster. This is a hard record to follow up. There's so many good songs and riffs on this thing.
That's a band I kind of mourn their, you know, just kind of what they were, you know, and they were a ghost of kind of or shell of what they used to be.
Yeah, Horacle had some good stuff. Horacle, what was Colony? No, Colony. I don't know. There's a couple good albums after, but they started getting a little bit more commercial as they went, you know, and just
even the EPs were good.
And Subterranean are the ones I like, and then after that,
they're great. Those are great records. But
I was like, I'm not into this stuff.
Yeah.
Lunar Strain, love that one too.
Yeah, Lunar Strain's a good one. All right, Dennis.
Yeah, Lunar Strain was cool. Oh shit, dude, I'm gonna pick this one because it's from probably the newest one out of here. And I talked about this earlier with Razorback Records, but I'm going Frightmare. And this is, what's this? Midnight Murder Mania. Oh man, talk about a Halloween record. Look at that. You got like the ultimate slasher like villain on the front with like a million weapons. And this is just heavy grindcore.
It's like that Decapitator. How many weapons does one guy need? You know,
right? And every song is about like 80s slasher movies.
Well, if you're on the Hellhammer cover, you can strap one to your cock. Anyway,
yeah, man. He's got like the fucking heads strapped to his belt and all this stuff. But yeah, mixing heavy fucking crushing death metal, like that HM2 sound guitar tone with all songs about serial or 80s slasher movies. You got Cropsy from The Burning, Midnight Mania, Thorn in Their Side, Slumber Party Massacre. This is like my record. If you're going to be like, you want to watch a slasher movie on CD, you listen to Frightmare. Their second one's good, but I felt like I liked this one a little bit more because it's very off the cuff, very natural sounding. Just punishes you. But yeah, man, killer fucking record. If you guys haven't heard this one, definitely check it out. It's probably my newest one over here. But again, another fun record if you like 80s slasher movies.
All right. Rick.
it's hard for me to trust a metalhead who doesn't like 80s slashers movies. I'm just saying, like, there's just an element of how do you like metal, but not like 80s slashers movies. So trying to meet that guy who's not, you know, I feel like they kind of go hand in hand. I guess they're out there, but I don't know. All right, I'm gonna pull a classic, and it's because it has a song that reminds me of the harvest. You know, I think of the fall, summer crops, harvest. You know, and when I first picked up the guitar, there was a particular song I wanted to learn. That's why I picked up the guitar, and it's a song called "Harvester of Sorrow." Over here. You know, is this an Autumn album? I mean, it's Metallica. I mean, you could play this all year round. It's not like it's, you know, but when I think of Harvester of Sorrow, it kind of, I might be taking it too literally. But look how young they were, these three guys. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You know, it's like, you know, what is there something?
There's something, yeah. So
what? There's three members.
It's perfect, yeah.
I only hear three members on this album. So
that is a direct representation of that record for sure. Yep.
But nevertheless, you know, despite some obviously omissions, it's still a pretty good listen. And despite all that, Harvester of Sorrow still one of my favorite songs of theirs. Which, you know, it's their best album. Not my favorite album at all. It's good. There could have been some improvements, but nevertheless, it's got some cool killer riffs. I joke all the time.
It's his thing.
But yeah, cool record though.
I remember that did come out in the fall because my parents used to raise collies and they had an outside pen for them, and I had that in my Walkman. I was out raking dog shit out of the pens, and all the leaves were falling on the ground. We're starting to fall on the ground, and you don't see it, and you step in the dog shit as you're raking, and I used to get so pissed. Anyway, I didn't want to do it, but
it's like raking leaves. You need a Decapitator album. That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, that record, I grew to like it, but I can't lie. I was a little disappointed when I got it. I just was too busy. I wanted Master of Puppets 2 Electric Boogaloo, you know?
Yeah, it didn't have the epicness, you know. I maybe one came the closest, but even then, you know,
yeah,
it just had some good riffs.
It did. I mean, it grew on me. I still consider it the last of the good. You know, I consider the Garage Days EP the last of the good Metallica. I do like Death Magnetic. I'm not going to lie. I like bits and pieces of albums here and there, but
yeah,
I don't like their 90s rock records. Those suck.
Oh, you made a comment earlier. You did the Deceased review, and you said something about a band trying to hold on to their careers by release. Well, I forget what the exact line was, but that really stuck with me.
I was very profound. I'm very profound when I'm not drunk. Yeah,
I feel like Metallica is one of those bands. You know, it's like they're chasing something.
No, Deceased doesn't sound like a band at the end in the twilight of their career.
They still got it.
A lot of bands that have like going on for 40 years, they sound tired. You know, they run out of ideas. I mean, although there are like we the album club, we did that new Scorpions record. Was it great? No, but does it sound like Scorpions? Yeah. I mean, if someone put it on a party, they put it on a party, I'm like, fuck yeah, man, this is great. It's a great record. But there's some bands that just fizzle out. You shoot your load in the beginning of your career, and from there, you're just trying to either please the fans or go on some creative exploration like Metallica did. That just is of course, you say that we bitch, us long timers with Metallica bitch at what Metallica did, but they're still like one of the biggest bands ever. They're still packing these massive stadiums. They must have did something right. It doesn't give. If they would have listened to the underground, they would have been done. They'd have been done or half of what they are now, I guess.
Oh, I know what it was.
Okay. Granted, what do Metallica play live? I mean, they play
their old shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to hear
the Black Album. Yeah.
They want to hear that. And Kurt go crazy with the wah wah. You know, it's just like that's his favorite thing.
It still blows me away that the Black Album, after all these years, still sells like 9,000 copies a week. How is that even possible? How is it possible?
Walmart keeps them in stock. And last time I went there, I saw Metallica.
Ask the Sandman, because he knows.
We went into the record store here in town the other day, and we were going through the used section. My kid found the Black Album. He's like, "Oh, cool! I like that Sandman song." I'm like, "It was only $5." I'm like, "Get it, go ahead." So I bought it for him. I mean, he's got a lot of his metal collection's growing, but I mean, he also bought Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets with his own money on vinyl. And I got to tell you, sitting in the room in my living room watching TV in my chair and hear Master of Puppets blaring through the wall, it's kind of like 14 years old.
If kids are going to buy Metallica, I'm not going to complain.
I'm not complaining.
That's what I mean. If that's his gateway, I mean, I can see Marty going. He's not quite ready for Edge of Sanity yet, but just waiting for the fruit to ripen.
He's not ready for Kill 'Em All is what he's not ready for.
No, he hasn't gotten that yet. I mean, we were listening. He's like branching out this Wormwood. We were listening to this the other day. He's like, "This is really good, Dad." He likes Monogarm, so he's got some grim vocals. He likes some death. He likes the Glorious Dead. Hey, North of Rockies, thank you so much. Right on. Agreed.
Well, what the reason I wanted to do Harvest of Sorrow to learn guitar was because all my friends were doing the Black Album stuff. They're like, "Hey, man, you know this Enter Sandman riff?" I'm like, and even at the time, I didn't have any skill. I still don't have any skill, but
my skill's on shaky ground.
You see my video. But the what do you call it? That album had faster material. It had a little more complexity to it than the Black Album, of course, and that's why I was more interested in learning that. And I figured Harvest of Sorrow was one of those songs that had fast moments, but also had melodic parts, and it kind of got me to explore more about playing guitar. And you know, those albums are good because they're just mainstream enough that you can find material if you're trying to learn a song or two or whatever. But if you try to find some really underground shit and you're trying to learn guitar, you're gonna have a harder time.
Yeah, right. All right, whose turn is it? I think Dennis just went. Is it your? No, yeah. You showed Metallica, didn't you?
Metallica, yeah. How to do it, guys? Sorry.
I don't even know what I got here. What's next? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what this is. Ken Shall Be. This is a mid-paced, awesome, underappreciated Norwegian classic. I love this record. When this thing came out, it came out on Full Moon Productions originally on CD, and Metal Maniacs gave it a glowing review, and it started blowing up. A lot of great reviews. I'm like, I'm going to check this out. And it is. This is a great, great, great record. This thing is mid-pace. There's some Batheryism, some Viking era Bathory on here, but with a black metal aesthetic. It's like they combined the two era. They combined Hammerheart with Under the Sign of the Black Mark, but made it Norwegian. So it's, if you never heard this record, this is a special snapshot in time for these guys. Were from Bergen. One of the dudes went to jail. This guy went to jail. He was burning down churches with Varg, I guess. But man, the first two records are classics. This one's my favorite of the bunch. And really, it's sad that this band, I'm glad Yosuke reissued these finally, because it needed it. And there was a reissue a while ago. It also has the Alone Walking demo on it as well from 93. This is a great repress. I paid a bit. It's an expensive repress, worth every penny. This is an amazing Norwegian black metal classic that finally got its reissue the way it needed to be done, and more people should talk about this because it's awesome. It's really good. This and Eternus.
That and Dawn of the Dying Sun on Nuclear War Now when it came out, and like you said, exactly. I didn't have it on vinyl. I had the CDs, but I'm like, I need this on wax. This is just that good.
I have the Full Moon Productions pressing of Dawn of the Dying Sun, and the mastering's fucked up on it, so it like cuts between speakers.
Oh,
it was sent to me that way when it came out. I'm like, wow, you didn't catch this in the test pressing? Yuck, not good. But
for those who don't know, they're Hades Almighty. They kind of went for that.
They had to change their name. The New Jersey band Hades sued them or something.
Oh, nice.
Yep. So they had to change it to Hades Almighty.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. All right, Dennis.
I like that other Hades too, though.
Yeah, I do too. They're good. You just showed them in your last video.
Yeah, I remember because Tyler commented on it. You know that band that sued that other band or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Cease and desist.
Because New Jersey's my home state too, which is like, oh yeah, okay, you're reminding me of this. What
I own 2 of their albums on cassette that I got back in the day, and I used to love that shit, and I haven't spun them forever. It's been decades. I don't even remember what they sound like. So,
dude, you got to listen to, what is that? Resisting Success?
Resisting Success,
the
and
one,
then what the hell's the other one called?
The other one has like an hourglass or something on the cover.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah.
It looks like a prog album. I look at it, I'm like, what the hell is this? What the hell?
Alan Tecchio on vocals, right? The dude from Watchtower. Hey, Wade, thank you so much. Awesome. Good thing. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. You're here all the time as well. All you guys rule. Cheers, everybody. Thank you so much. All right, Dennis, what you got?
Oh, I got this one, man. Carnage, Dark Recollections. Oh, man, this record. Talk about a very dark Swedish death metal record.
That's it, Jay. First, you don't succeed. That's the other Hades record. Anyway, sorry.
No, you're good. Obviously, if you guys don't know this one, Pre-Dismember from Sweden.
You pull out the God Macabre, now you pull out that, man. You got the bangers.
Well, this has that sound, man. It has that Swedish sound, but it has these very killer fucking guitar rhythms that when you look at interviews with them, they're like, I don't know, man. We just took horror movie themes and we recreated it on the guitar to make the songs, which is really killer to me. And you can hear that in these songs. They're just like, they have like these super killer like transitions and breakdowns that like, I mean, to me, this is almost better than like an ever flowing stream to me some days. I think this record kind of, it has more to it. Whereas I feel like Dismember is more of a, not dumbed it down, but made it simpler. Like
I think Devin is saying it's better than Left Hand Path. Would you rate it that high?
I mean, Left Hand Path, I'm not gonna say that because Left Hand Path is basically just re-recorded Nihilist songs besides Left Hand Path. And but this album, obviously, if you guys has the dude from Carcass in it too.
Michael Amott.
Yeah, he's in this too. So, but man, this has that feel to it. Like it's, again, has that very fall, like very sinister sound to it, very horror oriented record that you can really get into at the time. Like, again, another record I would put on a Halloween or a fall list where you're just driving down, maybe checking out a cemetery. Let's put on some fucking Carnage, man. Check this shit out. But check this out. I think this is like a fucking, I don't know what this press is from. It's on Earache, but it has.
That's a repress, really cool. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a reprint. I had the original picture disc, but I fucking traded it like a dipshit.
I need a flag of their artwork, man. That artwork just rules, man. It's just another one.
Yeah.
Artwork's classic. Seagrave to the max.
Fucking classic Seagrave right there.
Yeah. But I like how they like discreetly put the logo and the shit down the bottom corner just to not fuck with the cover.
Yeah, so it doesn't ruin the record. And I had this. It was like a split with Cadaver too. I have that original CD. But this record.
Did you buy it from Greece?
Yeah, rare Greece pressing.
In Russia.
Anyway, sorry.
But the second one has both demos on it as well, which is pretty cool. Which the demos are fucking killer too, and which is killer because the first demo is just like they're full on grindcore, full carcass worship, and then they got way more death metal, which is cool to hear that transition as well. But yeah, get the grease pressing because it's way better.
All right, Rick.
Cool. I don't know which person I have. Might be the grease one. I'm not sure. I have to double check.
I have an OG CD, and then I've got a reissue CD that has some bonus demo tracks on it.
Cool. I gotta pull this band. It's kind of an obvious pick, but I don't know where you guys stand on this band because they're kind of and I noticed lately because they stayed out of metal for a while, but it looks like they're going back into metal with this release they're about to drop. So I got to do the Opeth. This band was kind of important to me in my extreme metal journey.
To a lot of people
back in the 90s, and I know a lot of people, kind of lost their way with this, and I understand why. It's Michael kind of wanted to go another direction, and I love his bloodbath stuff, but but the reason I pulled this was because Demon of the Fall.
Yeah, such a good song.
That's a
brutal.
That track, that alone is worth picking this up for. And when you look at this, it's got the very obvious autumn look to it. It's just kind of that season. And it's got Lindgren's girlfriend on the cover there. You can barely see her. She's very obscure.
I never realized there was a lady on the cover.
Yeah, most people don't, especially if you have the CD. It's like it's this little tiny thing. It's like that first Black Sabbath record. When that girl's standing there, you can't quite see what's going on there, but you could tell maybe someone's there. But There you go. And I know I would get that response because that's the thing. That's the thing with Opeth. They're one of those kind of bands. But Demon of the Fall rules, Eric.
Oh, it totally does. I agree.
So I'm actually looking forward to see what they're going to do with the new album. They got that one single out, and it looks like they're a little not quite back to the same form they were before. They still have some of those other elements from the previous album, but with the harsh vocals going on. But
I think it's gonna be funny if that's the only song on the album with harsh vocals. It's kind of like the bait and switch.
I could see them. I could see him doing that. And people will still buy it.
Oh yeah.
But this is during a period that is the Counterlight years and shit, man. Like it's just between this and Orchid had more of the black metal kind of tinges to it. And over time they kind of moved more into that. Like I said, not everybody's into the proggy kind of stuff. And when people say they don't like Opeth, I don't dispute it because I can understand why. What I mean? They're a little more. Wait, but Beer's talking. Do you want me to pull a Tool record? Is that what I'm reading?
I just want to see a Tool video.
Yeah, I want a Tool ranking from Rick.
Where's my Lateratus copy?
Rick and Melanie go on their Tool excursion. Yep.
They got a very fall sound, just in general, especially the early stuff. So
who Tool?
My Arm Sure Hurts, like all that stuff. I gotta pull a Punk Crust record just to make up for Eric here.
Right on.
There you go. There's my Opeth pick.
Okay. No, it's good stuff there. And this is a weird one, but The Atmosphere. Love this record. And this is a fall record for me too. Corners RIP.
Yeah.
I kind of knew someone was going to pick that one. That's why I kind of like.
This, God damn it, this might be my favorite Corner record. I don't want to be that guy. Like, oh, their first album is actually the best. I mean, that's
you better
stupid.
be that guy because it fucking rules.
It does totally rule, but I mean,
not as good as the demo.
Yeah, Death Cult rules too. Punishment for Decadence is a musical, amazingly advanced technical musical album, but vocals are too low in the mix. I love No More Color. That might be my second favorite, actually. I love that album. Mental Vortex, they're starting to slip, but I still like it. Grin sucks. So there's my ranking. Yeah. End of video. This record
more, but
do you think?
I do like Mental Vortex.
Yeah, this one here though, they hadn't really dipped into full on off the charts technicality yet. It's there, but they concentrated on really dark, heavy, evil songs on this record. And the way it's recorded, I wish I could remember. Harris Johns. Yep, Harris Johns production. So you got that airy, open, dark atmosphere on this thing. I love this record. This thing is great. Born Through Hate. The whole album. I can't sit here and pick out Totons the way it ends. They end on a ripper.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you do it. Awesome record. If you've never heard this one, man, God, put down your Opeth records in your Tool and go buy No More Color. It's a banger, 100%. So
Or Switzerland and just Celtic Frost. There you go, people.
Well,
Right.
Amerigo says Tom Warriors. It's his favorite Coroner album. That was his Cold Lake era. That's why he liked Grin.
I don't
That's
have
the-
any.
that's
I didn't pick
fair.
any Halloween. Halloween's not a fall band for me, but I still listen to them all the time. We listened to Halloween on the way to the store today, so yep, that's the way it is. So Drink, I mentioned him. There you go. He was Harris Johns.
Didn't he do he did Pestilence too?
I
didn't he,
could,
Harris?
Noah, I could. Apparently, some people are not fans.
Everybody, Noah is the new bass player for the Glorious Dead, by the way. So cheers, brother.
That new Lanzarote rules, man. Just gotta say.
I was gonna send you the Wood Cult the Lanzarote Shroud Despondency CD, but I forgot, so I suck. Anyway, Dennis.
All right. Well, I couldn't leave the show, so I got to show a couple demos from the last record. I got to show those Carnage demos that I have because definitely check these out. Just a recap from my last fucking pick, and this one's a fucking grindcore demo, just fucking killer. The Dayman Lost, but my next pick, fucking Autopsy, Mental Funeral, again, heavy. I feel like I just say heavy all the time every time I pull a record.
Twisted. The riffing is twisted even. The content's twisted and the riffing is twisted.
Yeah, this record for me is a total, again, another seasonal album that feels like it just kind of transitions from the summer into kind of a different era into even to fall to winter. But for me, this record is it's kind of a big step for Autopsy too, from Mental Funeral. Sorry, from Severed Survival.
That was a stoner death album, and that's more like a death metal album. They sound like a stoner. They're into stoner rock playing death metal. I love that. I love Severed Survival because of that. Steve DeGorgio's bass work on it, thumbs up as well. Anyway,
I think that was the first time I've heard.
He's not on that one.
Death metal. Some kid I was in the 6th grade brought in this. I think it might have been a dub cassette of that, and I didn't know what death metal was, and put that shit in there. I'm like, I wasn't ready for that.
Right.
What is this, man?
Well, I
appreciate it now.
I'd been listening to Autopsy obviously since the demos, and then when I heard this, I was like, man, this band is really going in a different direction. Kind of like when I talked about Paradise Lost, it was a totally new direction for the band for me. And this album just destroys, man. It just twisted mass of burnt decay, flesh crawl, torn from the womb, bone saw. Just has these songs on it. They're just just this record, man. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I'm sure everybody knows this record, but it sometimes gets a lot of flack for some reason. I'm not sure why.
From who?
I always see people oh, I don't like Mental Funeral. It's too slow or it's boring. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, go buy the Fiend for Blood EP and get your fast Autopsy on.
Yeah. And I get it. They did slow down a lot on this record, but it's very atmospheric and heavy as shit, man. But yeah, that one and Carnage, man, those two go together for sure.
Hey, thanks, Peter.
I feel
Appreciate you, man. Good to see
you.
you.
He built even more and got more guttural and shit that he did on that first Death record.
Yeah, they got they try to get more sick. I think even with Acts of Unspeakable, they try to go that direction too.
Yep.
I felt like Autopsy up until Shit Fun, they were just and then they went Abscess, which was a whole new more of a punk feel for them.
Yeah.
They still had that doom stuff to them as well.
Shit fun, man. I paid a lot of money for that import CD, but Acts of the Unspeakable, you could tell they were kind of getting tired or something. I like that record, but it just didn't have the charm that the earlier stuff did. It just seemed like they were kind of going through the motions, you know.
Yeah. I felt like at that time it was like, where are we going? Like they didn't know what to do. It was kind of a lost album.
Yep. All right, good pick. Rick, what you got?
Actually, I'm glad you brought it up because I'm going to see Autopsy tomorrow. So
Nice.
I'm going with Jeff, and crazy enough, it's a Decibel 20th anniversary, and they're playing Philly for the first time ever, which is kind of mind blowing. They've never played Philly before. So, as a matter of fact, I'll show you the shirt I'm wearing to the show. So, Immolation is going to be there. It's going to be a few other bands, and I'm like, do I wear their shirt? Are they going to be impressed because I'm wearing their shirt? It's like you probably see it a million times, So I'm like, why don't I do this, right? So I picked this up some time back, and I'm going to wear this. So I got the classic. I'm going to pull the Tar Man.
Nice.
You know what I mean? So
cool.
It's cool. It looks better here than it does on camera, but why not? I mean, I could wear a metal shirt. Why not? Like 1,000 of them. But thought this might be a cool thing for the anniversary show. Anyway,
Be sure you say hey to Jeff from me. Say hey, man.
Yeah. If I see Albert, man, I'll say hi.
Yeah, do that as well.
Man.
Tell Jeff I said, fuck off.
I definitely will.
I'm just kidding.
You should have say when's that Dennis guy gonna do another Gems episode? He's a little behind the eight ball on that one, man. Anyway, I forgot where I'm at. I'm gonna pull
Everybody go check out Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. We're talking about Jeff. That's who does that. He does a ton of killer deep dive type stuff. He does a bunch of killer interviews. Definitely go over there and check out Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm slurring my words. Sorry. I've had
Gas Mask.
beer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He had
he's
had quite a bit of death metal interviews recently too. So if you're looking for just
Dan Swano, he just did Swano here the other day.
Swano on too, which is fucking awesome.
Oh, they're doing full Severed Survival tomorrow?
Yeah, they're playing that whole album.
Oh my god, that rule!
Yeah, I like that album too. Quite a bit different, but yeah, Luke LeMay. Yeah, he's actually he's buds with everybody. So I'm not even gonna get into that. So this is a more obscure one. Why not? We've been pulling out some classics, and I bought this from Death Cult a while back, and this is a black metal from Argentina, and I like to put this on during the fall because it's got that, what do you call it, that Dante's in Hell kind of thing, really in purgatory kind of sound. It's got this bit of a sort of suffering and cavernous kind of thing. Kind of resonates with the whole somber mood I kind of go through during the fall, especially early fall. And this is one I have to spell in the chat, and this is called Old Quarry.
Is that a Last Crack record?
I didn't investigate that. But yeah, it's if you're looking for a poster of a naked dude, like this would be
dive with Jeff on Last Crack.
Reminds me of that one album where the guy's naked doing that.
They just got the one. They just got the one album. This right here. He released a couple of demos and shit. Like just but the reason I pulled that out, and the reason I keep spinning this is because it's really good. Again, it's performed by one dude, but he kind of just nails that sort of inner hell cavernous kind of just feel when you listen to this, and it's a little suffocating, but like in an expansive kind of way, if that makes any sense. Like I said, I'll put the name in the chat, but I don't hear a lot of the South American black metal in this kind of vein coming from Argentina. Mentioned and brought up a whole lot, but like I said, this is a little more obscure, but this is one I do like to spin around this time of year. This is just a cool little project. I mean, there's no what do you call it? You look at this, you know what you're getting. I mean, you look at that, it's a black metal album. But yeah, Death Cult no longer around, but this is one of their one of the last things they dropped, I believe. But yeah, cool stuff. But I'll drop the name in the chat. If you guys are curious, it's good stuff.
All right. Well, I'm gonna drop a non-metal record here. Fields of Nephilim, the Nephilim. Love this band. Love this. Well, it's kind of become a project, I guess. But this was
That's
a
the
band
second
at this
one,
point.
right?
What's that?
That's the follow-up, right, to Dawnraiser.
Yep, this is the second album. This album rules, and I had a hard time picking whether I was going to show Dawnraiser or the Nephilim. They're both. The first one's a little more spaghetti western. This is more goth tinged, but has a spaghetti western vibe as well. Awesome vocals, great dark mystical vibe. This is pure atmosphere. I listen to these guys a lot. And fall, yeah. I mean, any day is a good day to listen to Fields of the Nephilim, but they definitely have the right atmosphere and vibe for it. I mean, the big hit on this one was Moonchild.
Yeah, man. Song's killer.
Personal favorite on here is Phobia. It's kind of a rockin' tune. I was trying to get my band convinced that we should do that for a cover, but no one seemed to be interested in it. So instead we did ABBA. So that's fine. We did an ABBA song and it turned out pretty fun. So yeah. The Nephilim, the second album by Fields of the Nephilim. If you're not familiar, God damn it. There's I think metal, if you're a metalhead and you don't give a shit about gothic music, this is a good gateway band for you. I think they're probably the most musically inclined of the gothic bands. There's no drum machine here. It's a real drummer. You get a lot of bands like Sisters of Mercy and a lot of other bands that just kind of deal with a drum machine, real simplistic stuff, bass heavy. No, this is a band.
Yep.
They write mystical, dark, and the album after this, Elysium, so depressing. So, I mean, each album's got its own kind of flavor, but it's great. Absolutely great. Great band, great Halloween, autumn styled gothic. It means Ennio Morricone. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
But basically, they got, Carl McCoy. He was famous for the glacier glasses. You remember the glacier glasses back in the day, and they got their slickers, their Western slickers on, slathered with baby powder to make it look like they just wandered out of the plains. And I mean, it's very Western chic type of look.
The thing about Carl, though, like on paper, it sounds like it shouldn't work, like, but it does.
It's perfect. It perfectly fits the aesthetic 100%. And they've lived with it even now. It's just basically Carl McCoy and the Fields of the Nephilim players, but it still rules. It's their latest album, which 10 years ago now, Morning Sun, rules. They got a little bit more metal as they went, but it's still awesome. So good. Anyway, Dennis.
Yeah, and don't forget about the that solo record when they just were like Nephilim
Zune. Yeah, the Nephilim Zune. Yeah.
That industrial. That one's sick.
Mm-hmm.
Did we do a deep dive on that, or who would I do it? I did a deep dive.
You did. You talked about it with Jeff.
Okay.
Yep.
We did do it.
Was I with you on that? I might have been with you on that.
I thought you were, dude.
I might have been. Dude, I don't know. I've done this so much. I don't know. I don't remember shit. But yeah, I
don't either.
I think we did it. I think we did do that.
When you throw a little spaghetti stuff to it, like Wayfarer does a little bit of that. They got a bit of that Western kind of shit done to their black metal. You know what I mean? I love that stuff.
Fields does it better. Anyway.
All right.
I do like the Wayfarer stuff. It is interesting.
Is a killer band from Mexico called Shub Niggurath.
Yeah.
This album is really
Julio Vinterbo's band. Awesome dude. He was in that band anyway.
But this band, really killer. I mean, it's death metal, but it has its black metal elements. Very atmospheric, very ritual, I would say. I think a lot of my picks are like ritual because I think of that when I think about autumn and fall as ritual stuff. And I feel like even from the cover, you can see there you got a ritual going on. So, but yeah, a really fucking killer band. If you like occultish death metal mixed with a little bit of black metal here and there, really good playing as well and very atmospheric songs. Definitely check out Shub. Funny thing is, I found a Shub Niggurath shirt at the flea market for $1 in like some weird bin. I'm
How?
like,
What the
is this?
hell is you? I don't know, man. It's crazy.
I know. And I was like, what? But yeah, man. Killer band, killer record. Check out their first EP as well. But this one for me, man, just very occultish, ritualistic death metal for sure.
The
Fits
Mexican
the
scene's
bill.
just they have such a twisted sound, and I love it.
Right? Yeah. Killer stuff.
When it's coming from Mexico, you're getting something interesting. It's more than just a chasm, right? Like you got
Yeah.
like Cenotaph, there's a few bands.
Cenotaph, trans metal. Yeah.
Mortuary.
Yep. Hell yeah. All right.
Ooh.
Rick.
You know what? Let me do a non-metal one. It's more. I guess they're called a grunge band, but that's also in question just because they're But this was their swan song album, and that in of itself is depressing, considering the history of this band. Still around, but that last Lane era, Alice in Chains. One of my favorite songs, Shame in You. You listen to that, you could feel like just the pain that guy was going through. It's you put it on this time of year, you're like, there's a lot. And again, once you hit middle age, like we're all not spring chickens, right?
Apparently, we're way worse. Yeah, apparently you're way better shape than we are.
Way.
Much older than Rick. Yeah, whatever. Much younger.
They came out with a different Coke? What?
I'm just barely old enough to drink. I'm just letting you know. But
just because you've aged gracefully, all the vitamin regimen you take, whatever.
The cucumbers in the eyes work. I'm just saying. But shit, man. Like this is a band. I feel like it's very well respected even amongst metalheads. Just kind of overall, this is a great band. Especially during that era. They had a kind of they have a song here called Sludge Factory, it's got a very metallic kind of texture and stuff going on to it. They really teased that line, when it came to metal and it just kind of hard rock. It kind of went, Jerry Cantrell is just amazing. And this was one of my gateway bands to get into more of the heavier stuff, back in the day. And this is why the stuff will always forever remain with me. And when this dropped, a lot of people didn't. I guess you could have been clued in just because Elaine's condition. This would have been kind of like the last hurrah. And the whole album just has that whole vibe. You can tell it's kind of a mournful, just kind of a goodbye. Not counting the Unplugged album. Actually, that Shame in You song is not even on the Unplugged album. Like I said, that's very depressing. If you ever dive into the lyrics. But yeah, look at that. This just speaks of just a defect, I guess, in not having lived through elements of life successfully. And I think it's kind of portrayed here with this three-legged dog. At least that's the symbolism I take away from it. But yeah, this is a very, very fall album for me. But, again, I don't know if you guys were big on Alice Chains back in the day, or if you guys were a little too old for that already by the time.
Too old for that. I like Dirt. That's the only one. I have Facelift.
That's my favorite one. Yeah.
Facelift I didn't care for. Dirt I love. I think that's a great record. After that, I could give a shit about Alice in Chains. I like Nirvana though. I do like Nirvana. So I'm not perfect.
I like that record.
They're nothing like Nirvana. I just gotta say.
No, they're not.
I have that one on cassette, and it has like a fucking neon cover too.
My wife, she lived out in Arizona for a while, and she worked at she had a part-time job at some airfield, some airport, like some private airport type thing. And apparently he came through on some private jet and was shifting planes, and she said he was a total dick. She said he was an asshole. Yeah, complete asshole. But anyway.
Damn.
Wait,
that's neither here nor there. Lane Staley.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, he's probably high as shit.
I was going to say, yeah, it's probably all the drugs and shit. I'd be in a shitty mood too, man, if I was addicted like that.
Yeah. All right, I guess I'm next. Okay, shit. That was quick. What do we got here? Okay, yeah. This could have been a winter record as well, but man, I start spinning some of these old Norwegian classics when the air starts getting a little cold, and this is my favorite. This and the I've drank too much. I can't remember titles.
Ordain's Land.
No, I like that too, but the demo.
Oh yeah, dude.
I love the demo. I love this. It's just Necro Emperor. I mean, here they polished it up real good with production and stuff, but there's a great mix of synth and black metal. The riffs were a lot more cult than they. I love anthems. Fucking fruit. Anybody else having fruit fly problems? It's ridiculous. Anyway,
I do have a donut here. They seem to love it, so I gotta keep my hand over it.
Every time a fly lands, it pupates. Just so you know.
Shit.
I don't know what I was going to say. Anthems of the Welcome at Dusk is the last Emperor I give a shit about. That album, I love it. Nine Equilibrium, they started losing me. When it became the Eson project and started getting really proggy, I struggle. Yeah. I struggle with the prog stuff. But this, the Necro Emperor with the symphonic flourishes and the...
God damn it. What's the demo called now?
I can't fuck it. Dude, let me look it up. I got it right here. Emperor. Or... I had to sound it out because I'm a little Wrath of the Tyrant.
Yeah,
love it. It's so good that it's so memorable, so hooky yet necro. You know, it's a great mix of melody and the dark, twisted stuff. This is a gem. Necrolord cover, of course. What a great cover.
So amazing.
So amazing. But yep, fall inspires a lot of Norwegian spins, as you've seen from my pile so far. So Dennis.
That's the album that will really test your patience if you like your keyboards and black metal. You know, it's like some people are like raw purists and don't want any keyboards or anything. So that's definitely a tester.
Thanks, Rockies. We were the guy. I'm talking. I'm not looking at the chat. Sorry. You set us straight. The chat always sets us straight. We appreciate it. Dennis.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to pick one probably no one's ever going to fucking know. This is a band from Canada called Ghoul Lunatics.
That would be one if I was flipping through the racks. I'd be like, yep, that's staying here. I'm not buying that.
Right? This is actually a demo on CD.
I'd buy for the novelty alone. That looks like
he's doing a force choke.
Yeah, man. It's got like kind of it's got a little bit of a Karloff mummy look to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does.
But yeah, this band from Canada, very, very Halloweenish, very it's got even like the song titles, Blood Curdling Tale, kind of almost in a deceased realm here. But a lot of people don't know about this. They went on to become like a groove metal band, but this album, their demo, this one, it's not an album. I think this came out in 99, if I recall. But pretty underrated kind of horror fun record, and it's more in a death thrash way. I would say it has a lot of thrash elements, but more death metal vocals. Howling Season's one of the songs. Nature Morte, Carving Into You, Lifeless Story, Devours and Adores. But yeah, man, killer one for the season that not a lot of people know. So here's my secret pick for you guys.
Never fucking heard of it. Never seen it.
Not like Overthrow for sure, Devin. This is more death metal than Overthrow. Has thrash elements, but it's not thrash. It's more death metal. Killer shit. Definitely check it out if you guys haven't heard Ghoul Lunatics.
If they ever run a reissue and they need a Photoshop guy, like I'm well more than willing to accommodate.
Shit, back in the 90s, bro, the early 2000s, you'd have been in high demand. All right.
Looking at that, like someone okayed that band name. It's just like, yeah, this is the direction we need to go. Like someone
it
said
sounds like kind of almost like a Misfits type of name or something like that.
Yeah. Or like a rockabilly or something, type of thing.
There's a band called A Dead Elvi, right?
The list, man. Check out Ghoul Lunatics and fucking let me know what you think, because that shit's sick. If you like Dr. Shrinker and Deceased, stuff like that.
All right. Okay, Rick, what you got?
Okay. Well, Logan's in the chat, so I know he's very big on this band, and I figured I'll pull it up because it's a very moody listen, and I feel like this band has done quite a bit of collabs with some other band, but this particular one with Emma Ruth Rundle, Thou, Sacred Bones released this, and this was back in gotta say 2020, 2019, something like that. Not quite Tyler, but if you want me to get there, I'll get there. But but then the donations will come in, and that's just I don't want to run it for Marty. No, but yeah, Thal, it's not an easy band to get into for a lot of people, and I get it, and I would understand why. It's quite sludgy and doomy. It's not always everybody's wheelhouse, but shit, man, like this collab with Emma Ruth, it's such a great pairing. I wish they would do another one like this because I think they gel very well together. It's and I feel like with this particular release, it's quite more memorable and just it's more riffy than their usual fare of the stuff they released. Emma Ruth, she does quite amazing stuff with her solo things, but I think here with these two together, I think it just kind of puts you in a sort of roller coaster of mood swings. More than the stuff they do alone. So I love this release. So again, if you guys are curious, you want to check out Thou, but you're not quite sure, check this out. I don't know how many Emma Ruth Rundle fans are here, but shit, man, it's something quite different. I feel like this is a really, really special one for them. But yeah, I guess this will fall under more doom metal. Yeah, it's quite doomy. Yeah, there you go, Logan. This was for you.
The only copy of the Golnetics album on Discogs, when you look up, is in Kazakhstan. Where the hell is that?
Try to find out on a map. You probably won't find it.
Dennis probably found it at a flea market in some booth with a bunch of other stupid shit in it. But
no, I found it at Rasputin's for $3.95.
Right. All right. What do we got here? Oh, I ripped the. God damn it! I ripped the stupid. Anyway, let's talk about Woden's Throne. It's funny I showed Emperor because I always found Woden's Throne to be kind of like the English Emperor. This is a band I signed to Byron Recordings back in the day. Off of stumbling across one drunken evening, their MySpace page. Remember MySpace?
Yeah.
I clicked on the link and started listening to their music and was kind of blown away about what I heard.
I'm not that young, Marty. I remember MySpace.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, at least I haven't aged too far out of the realm of technology. But I spent a couple days spinning the samples they had on there and was blown away and got a hold of them, and they were unsigned at the moment. So we worked out a thing, and I think this was the 5th release on Byron Recordings. I think we're going to be repressing this record. This came out on some small label I did the CD version of it, and some years later they had a friend of theirs put this out on vinyl. It's like a 2 LP set, reversible poster, multicolored vinyl. I think we're going to be repressing it probably next year. But this is Lost, by the way, by Woden's Throne, their debut record. This thing is great. If you've never heard this album, cue it up and spin it because it is amazing. What a great their second album, Curse, is really good as well. But absolutely epic, atmospheric black metal in the vein of Emperor, but a little bit more. The production's a lot better. It's a little bit more grounded. There isn't as many synth layers. It's excellent English black metal. So where England failed in thrash, they got it right in black metal. So check it out. That's a mean statement. Metal Mickey will be watching this in a couple
Too
days and be
late,
like,
man.
yeah, he'll
All
be
UK
sending me
has
messages. You
unsubbed
suck.
you.
Yeah,
Fuck you. You don't like Hell Ripper, bastard?
they all like Hell Ripper, and it's good. I mean, that's just good.
They put up that video with Jurgen, him,
Yep.
and it was Andy, and it's just like we went to the record store, and then you watch the video, you're like half the shit they got was from Jurgen himself. Like, what the hell is this? Like,
Any record store those guys went to did not even come close to what Jurgen has sitting in his apartment. It's not
like
not even
could have just went
close.
to your store, dude.
Yeah, you didn't have to. You just sit there, and I would just sit there and drink with him and breathe in a secondhand weed and buy a
Just
bunch of the
listen
stuff
to-
he's calling. Yeah.
Just listen to the Force and Virus Force Recon.
Right. All right, Dennis, what you got?
All right, man. I got this record that I'm going to say it's pretty heavy. I'm going Asphyx, Embrace the Death. Oh, man. This record's my favorite Asphyx record.
Oh, come. Is it? The Rack,
Yes,
man.
it is.
The Rack. Come
Oh,
on.
this destroys the Rack.
Oh,
Come on.
destroys the Rack. Theo Lumens is not as good a singer as Van Drunen.
I spent more time with the Rack. I'm more familiar with that one, but so I'm gonna have to pick the Rack.
It's a good record, but I'm just saying it's not the Rack caliber of awesome.
Theo
but-
for me is Asphyx because that's what I listened to when the demos. So, and this was supposed to be the original press of the first. Well, sorry, the original record that was supposed to be released that never got released in 1990. So it has all the like sounds of those demos, and it's very, it's way less, I guess, produced than the Rack. And I'm not slacking Van Drunen. I like him. I like his vocals, but for me, like Asphyx was more. They sounded a lot like more original on this record to me than they do on the Rack. That sounds more. I'm not slacking the Rack. I like the Rack, and I like the second record. I can't remember what it's called.
Last One on Earth.
What is it?
Last One on Earth.
Yeah, Last One on Earth. But for me, this record, I love all the songs, which probably has songs. It probably has songs from the first record as well because they probably redid them for that record. But I don't know why this record was actually never released, but it got released in like 96.
Yeah, they did it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. I think a record deal fell through or something. It was supposed to be out, and then Century Media picked them up for the Rack. But yeah, well, I like a nice Rack too, but I'd rather have Theo Loomis than the big Rack.
He likes a nicer Rack on Theo Lumens than he does.
Right? I don't know. His vocals to me they're just more natural sounding to me.
So you're more of a God Cries guy then, because that's Theo Lumens back in the band.
I like God Cries, man.
I do too. I like that record too.
It definitely has more of a punk feel to it.
The
which
one
I
I
like.
don't like from that era is the self-titled, that really doomy with the angel on it. Yeah, that one
Super
didn't.
boring.
Yeah, I don't even know who the hell was singing on that one.
I don't either. That one got really boring, but
Yeah.
this one, it's a lot darker than the Rack for me, and a lot more early 90s death metal. I like the guitar tone on this a lot. Just a killer fucking record. It gives more of a feel to that time. I feel like the Rack is more produced than this record, whereas I feel like this record has just more of a heavier, old school death metal sound where it just gives that feeling of a more into a Halloween type of feel to me, a horror sound, I guess. And you know me, I like the horror stuff, and this sounds more horror than the Rack.
Yeah.
That's probably why I like it. I love the demos too, so makes sense why I would like this more, but not slacking the Rack or the fucking what's the second record called again?
That's
The
One on
Rack,
Earth.
God Cries,
No, the Rack and God Cries.
Yeah, Last One on Earth.
Crush the Cenotaph.
Last
EP.
One on Earth.
Oh, Last One on Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, Crush the Cenotaph
It was
was
the
the
EP,
demo
yeah.
for this, and then they redid it as an EP as well. But yeah, man, Asphyx, Embrace of Death. definitely check this out if you're an Asphyx fan and haven't heard it. This is what the original record was supposed to be instead of the rack. But I love this record, and I just think it brings that kind of spirit out that is kind of missing from the rack. But that's just me.
It's kind of what happened with Altars of Madness, right? It wasn't really supposed to be the first record. It ended up being the first record, but he had recordings before then. It was just kind of like, I feel like it's kind of that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Abominations where you had what's his name from Nocturnus on vocals,
Mike Browning.
Browning, yeah.
Mike Browning, which was supposed to come out on David Vincent's label, but he was a bitch and was like, "No, man, make me the singer, make me the singer." And then fucking Browning got into a fight with fucking Trey and kicked his ass, and then Vincent was the vocalist after that.
James, the reason why that one slipped past you is that record, that Embrace of Death debut, is not often talked about. It's good. It's really, Dennis isn't wrong. It's really good, but
yeah,
it just didn't get the love that the Van Drunen era did, for sure.
Well, I mean, because it wasn't released. I think if it was released, it would have been a good. I mean, I don't remember the history of why it wasn't released at the time in '90, but I'm sure a record label was supposed to put it out and like probably just didn't get released. But it has more Nocturnus.
Yeah.
What would the AD stand for?
David Vincent being a bitch, so hard to believe. Oh, David Vincent's a total bitch.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Have any of you people
Guy who
seen
wears a codpiece?
the reformed Terrorizer with Pete and David Vincent and one guy from Vital Remains, I think he came from, and another guy? Man, you want to talk about, I will say, Lee Harrison and Sam, the last iteration of the Terrorizer lineup, they got it right. We did a show with them. It sounded like Terrorizer. Lee Harrison on guitar from Monstrosity, and Sam was bass and vocals. They sounded like Terrorizer. I watched a recent video that this new Terrorizer, Pete shit-canned Lee and Sam, and got David Vincent on bass. A dude that used to be in I can't remember. I'm drunk at the moment. It sounds like crap. They're like trying to they're coming at it like a death. It doesn't sound like Terrorizer. They're playing songs I know, and I'm like, this sucks. And David Vincent's wearing like a trucker's hat, and he's got a shirt tucked in, his camo fatigues and sunglasses on. I'm like, he looks like, you know, a caricature of like a dad guy. I don't know what's going on. It's bad. It's bad. Oh yeah, singer from Vital Remains. That's it. Thank you. Thanks, David.
David Vincent was always like that. He just got a pass somehow.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if it's not Oscar Garcia on vocals, I don't give a shit.
He looks like he was from Florida, but now he's in Texas. So now he's got to do the cool sculpting on some manscaping on his facial hair, and
he's such a weird dude.
He's a weird dude.
He doesn't talk about Terrorizer. I just realized I didn't pull any grind or anything like that. Then again, I don't know.
Grind isn't a fall.
Maybe that's why.
I mean, I almost picked some gore grind stuff because I felt I had a lot of horror theme to it.
Yeah. All right, Rick.
With the Impetigo, that was a good pull, even though that's not like,
oh yeah,
like, you know, but that's, I feel like that.
So is God Macabre.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Here's an interesting one, and this is a pull from a drop from last year, and this is a Bind Room release. Someone may be familiar with this one. And it's just because it's a very moody band.
That was the band, dude. Sorry, dog. It was Gruesome Stuff Relish is what I almost picked by Rinpest. I almost picked that record.
Right on.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, what was I? Oh yeah. So yeah, Sequential Symphony. It was more doomy than this one. I feel like they went more of a black metal direction. But the reason this to me is more of a fall album is because it's got the whole hills and valleys of the mood swings. They're got some black metal tinges. It's got violins. I don't know if you guys pulled anything with violins in it. But the Excellences,
Yep.
which is up Uprising. Great release, and I didn't hear nobody talking about it. This is a great band, and maybe because it came out. When did it drop, Marty? November last year?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
And what I heard was, on Bind Rune, I was like, shit, yeah, man, because I always thought this could be a great fit, and it's very moving, quite somber, and this is the time of year I'm looking for stuff like this, and this kind of hits those marks pretty well, and yeah, shit, Greg Wilkinson mastered this, but yeah, that explains the production.
They recorded it there too, I think.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, Glenn. Yeah. Okay. So, again, but I hear nobody talk about this. Again, Sequester Symphony, great release. I forget who put that one out, but this is a band that and they put out that acoustic. What do you call it? That more around the same time.
I'm drunk. I can't remember shit right now.
Yeah.
It's a good record. It's all acoustic, very moody, very folky. We put them out at the same time.
But good stuff. Again, perfect for this time of year. Again, if you like a little bit of the violence and your black metal, a little bit of the doomy touch, more of the somber moments.
Overtures of Uprising, Hymns of Collapse are the two. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. That was more stripped down. It doesn't have the if you like that kind of thing. It's kind of like, think of like the Panopticon, right? The Scars of Man kind of had that kind of approach. It was a more full black metal album that had a more kind of acoustic approach with the the second one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but Excellences, great album, nice moody fit this time of year, and fuck man, I like stuff that resonates, and I go through these roller coasters of mood swings, and this just kind of hits that spot. But I forget what store is on. Something. Do you remember what store this is on, Marty?
What's that?
Do you remember where people can get this? I forget what store this is on.
Shop.bindroomrecordings.com.
Bind Room. Okay, yeah. If I can remember that name.
Yeah, the fat old guy will package that record for you. Yep.
Good stuff.
I'm glad you liked it.
I'll be back.
Right on. I am next. All right. Well, I'm not going to say this whole album, but the first song, Megaton Sword, Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hails Fire. I am picking this record for that one song. The first song on the album is Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hails Fire. That is one of the most epic, atmospheric, awesome songs on this record. In fact, it's tough to follow up an album when you put a song that good at the front of it. The rest of the album is good. I do like this record, but it has an epic vibe. It really fits. It fits the mood for me. And you got your Chris Verwimp album cover art. You can just tell the color scheme, the way he draws figures and stuff. Talk about a classic metal artist for sure. I think this is Chris Verwimp. It looks like him. I'm assuming it is. But yeah, these guys are from Greece, maybe? I don't remember. But I don't like this album at all. Some don't. I mean, Alan doesn't like this band either. Yeah, he doesn't like this stuff. Kellen, on the other hand, totally does. But if you're going to check out this album, check out the title track. Great, moody, atmospheric, epic, triumphant. You can tell the way the album cover looks, it feels like you're on a hill watching the city burn while you're listening to that song. Great. I think that's a great autumn song for sure. Dennis, what's next for you? You're muted.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm going Funeral Winds from 1998.
That dude's got a ton of records. A ton of them.
Hell yeah, he does.
Yeah.
This is Godslayer, but underrated band, man. A lot of people don't really talk about this band much. Really good U.S. fucking black metal mixed with a lot of...
I don't think they're U.S.
I thought they were.
Let me check.
A lot of very old school sounding first
They're
wave.
from the Netherlands.
Oh, my bad. I thought they were U.S. for some reason.
No. There's another Funeral Winds band that is from the United States.
Oh, okay.
And it's a black metal band as well, but they changed their name, obviously, because the other one was, so he put out a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
All right. Well, got them mixed up. But this band from the Netherlands, pretty underrated black metal band that a lot of people don't talk about.
Yeah.
I feel this has a lot of really good atmosphere, really good first wave black metal mixed with some second wave and some death metal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, just killer stuff. If you haven't heard this band, just
they must have moved to Prague. I don't know. Who knows? This guy is a man of the world. He goes, doesn't matter where he's at.
It's Funeral Winds.
Yeah.
This is again like something you would like. Look at the moon. You just go out and fucking go to the cemetery and jam this shit.
He's not like Dennis. He moves every couple months.
Right. Every couple of years, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Check out my black metal band, moving all the fucking time. Pretty cool. But
yeah,
very atmospheric.
Very atmospheric and evil.
Super.
Oh, Funeral Winds, yeah.
The title track is "Oh, my back hurts from moving all this shit."
Fuck these records. My new single. Fuck these records. Fuck first presses. Yeah. But anyways, this record's fucking killer, man. Really good rhythms. Really good fucking dark atmosphere. Very very with the black metal aesthetic on this one. So definitely like jam this out at the fucking local cemetery and you'll get some fucking corpses rising for sure. But man, this is a killer fucking record. Where are these guys from, Rick?
Don't remember. I was gonna wonder if you're gonna pull any black metal other than first wave stuff tonight, but Funeral Winds, man. I think I might have one or two of their releases, but that's one I haven't dived.
One from Prague or the U.S. or from the Netherlands.
Alan reviewed their new one on the Heavy Metallurgy channel. You should all check out his review of the new one. Good stuff.
The one from like 2023?
Came out this year.
Oh, really? I like that one. The last one that came out was good too.
Yeah, it came out. It's called 333. It came out on Osmos Productions.
I think it says here the Netherlands.
Yeah, it says on. Apparently they moved though. He's in Prague or something now. But whatevs.
Cool.
All right, cool. Rick, you're up next. I'm gonna go use the little boys' room. I'll be right back.
This coming up in the chat. So you forgot to blow me up. Anywho, I think people can still make out what I'm talking about here. They put out a new album this year. It's quite different than this particular release. This is still my favorite one. Man, this is like a fucking amalgamation of all different shit. And I'll talk about Soul for English, Inter Alma. And I don't even know where to begin. It's just like you talk about an album that's just complete. It's got between the production, musicianship, and a whole range of styles. It's heavy, it's dark, but it's also got just really doomy moments. It's like it's sludgy. It's got death metal. It's got some little blackened tinges. It's got fucking everything, man. And you would on paper, it sounds like that'd be really hard, and it would be very hard to put together something from a songwriting standpoint. But this, you talk about the 2010s. I mean, you talk about if you were to describe the top 10 albums of the 2010s, this would be on the list right here. This is a masterpiece. So if anybody, again, I don't know how many Inter Arma fans are here, but you look at that, it's got a very, you got the fire and the blaze and all that shit going on. But to me, this has kind of something that kind of resonates with my mood swings. It kind of just teeters and totters between all these different mixes and styles, and just like an amalgamation of all different stuff. This is the band doesn't want to be categorized. They don't want to be lumped into any one thing. You could even tell from the newest album, they're even more in that direction. It's just they go into all different kind of directions and places. But they're able to do something with the songwriting that's captivating and cohesive, I guess is the word I'm trying to find. So Into Arma, great band. You know, they're a newer band. I mean, they've been around definitely more than a decade. With Sky Burial, you know, I think that's the earliest one I have. But this is my favorite one right here. So like I said, I need more time with the newer album, kind of see where it meshes. But this is still right here. To me, it's a masterpiece.
Right on. Sorry, I didn't have you maximize there.
Oh, good. I think people got the picture.
Get the gist. Right on. All right. Well, people were mentioning this band in the chat, and it wasn't the album that they were screaming for, but Dance of December Souls by Catatonia has a fall vibe for me. This is when they were more blackish doom style. I love this record. I love their demo. Brave Murder Day, of course, is probably the most obvious pick here, but I always got a really awesome atmosphere from this early Catatonia stuff. I love the dark, how they mixed black metal and doom, kind of. It's just moody, very emotional, interesting songs. Without God, what a great song. What a great song. That's on their demo as well. Awesome stuff. I like Rensk's vocals. The black metal style in his vocals on this stuff just fits perfectly.
I was going to say that's a really good demonstration of what he could have still done at the time. I mean, but he wore out his vocals pretty quickly not too long after that. Yeah. I almost pulled Brave Murder Day, but I had a feeling you were going to pull a Catatonia. It might have been one of those.
Yeah, no, I dig Brave Murder Day. I like that band up through Last Fair Deal to Gone Down. I love that album. So catchy. After that, they fell into a rut. Every album sounded the same at that point, and it got real super boring for me. So I'm only up through Last Fair Deal Gone Down. But yep, Dance of December Souls by Catatonia. I'm a fan. I like this era a lot of this band.
Nice.
Good fall record for me.
In my mind, especially that early Catatonia era, like to me, I know they're not considered one of those Peaceful 3 bands or whatever, but in my mind, I can fit them there. Like they were part of that scene and stuff that was coming out with all that stuff.
I would have liked one more record in this vein. One more record. Yeah. You know, there's that For Funerals to Come, which is really cool EP. Yeah, one more in this style would have. I mean, I like where they went. The Dance or Brave Murder Day is a great album, but yeah, they kind of lost it as they went. They started listening too much Cure and not enough black metal for me. Which I like the Cure, don't get me wrong, but yeah.
This Gurish one though, that one pretty depressing, man. You put that on, it's like
it's soul crushing. Yeah,
don't have a razor near you when you listen to that.
Right. All right, Dennis, what you got?
Did you switch out to White Claws?
No, I'm still drinking Keweenaw. I got two different kinds. I got the blonde with the big boobs, and I got the redhead with the big boobs.
Oh, nice.
Pickaxe and Red Jacket.
All right, I'm going with
crushing these 6-packs like it's my job.
I went for another 8% while I was out there. So here we go.
Shit.
I'm almost. I've got about 4 or 5 more here, and 4 more. So.
Yeah, I'm a little low in this.
Cold classic here with Sam Hain, November Coming Fire.
I have not heard that stuff. I'm so.
What?
I needed. Dude, I never liked the Misfits until like the last 10 years. I'm starting to like them a bit more.
I got some.
I never was a big Danzig guy. Now I kind of like them, but it's weird. Yeah. I used to hate that shit when I was a kid.
Very, I guess, very for the season, man. In my grip, I'm not going to talk about the songs. Halloween 2's on here, but yeah, man, very horror influenced, obviously, but has a very killer fucking atmosphere to it. And just kind of it's kind of in between the Misfits and Danzig style. So you still get that punk feel to it.
Yeah.
But it's very, has more of an atmospheric feel that kind of Danzig brings into it, like kind of on How the Gods Kill almost, but it's has a really killer production too. It's lo-fi, but man, shit, dude, this record's so fucking. I mean, again, this is another record you could just fucking jam while you're going and checking out like haunted places or something like that. I mean, when I was a kid, we'd go to like places like, oh man, this place is haunted. Let's go check it out. And we'd like drive to it and be like, oh, let's like get out of the car and go in the backyard and stuff like that. That's what I did as a kid. And as a kid, I mean like 15 or 16 when we had our driver's license.
Yep.
That's what we did. We went and checked out places we thought that was, haunted, and go check them out and
drive around the 8th Street Cemetery. Yep.
Yeah. And go hang out at the cemetery, or go with your girl to the cemetery and stuff like that. This is like the perfect record for that, man. Just killer. It's still a killer record. Just amazing, amazing stuff by Danzig and Eerie Von. Just badass shit, man. Love this record. Still do. All
right. Rick.
It's just not known as well. I guess, I could think between distribution, there's a million bootlegs of that stuff out there. It's not one that I've, during my time in high school and shit, like I didn't know many people who were listening to that. There were a few who were into Danzig, but going in that direction, you're a Morticia fan at all?
I never
heard it.
It's a cool band. They're out of Minneapolis, and this one dropped. They put out 3 albums. This was from '87, and they kind of play in that. It's a strange bird because they kind of play in that vein of the death rock. You're a Christian death fan at all? If you like,
I don't know if I've heard Chris. I've seen the albums. I just haven't ever really jumped into it.
It's
Might be on my list.
If like take Christian death, but if they were heavier and they had like heavy metal elements to their sound, it's like you kind of get something kind of like Morticia. It's pretty cool. If you like Sam Hain, and like if you're already listening to that stuff, kind of stuff in that direction, this is a band that's kind of been forgotten about. Like here they are right here, like like this is a band. Like if you're listening to, a death rock or Grey 45, like that kind of stuff in that direction. I'd never hear anybody talk about this band, but it's good shit. They actually have 3. I got them right here. So they put out DOA. This was 90 or 91, and 13 Nightmares right here. But like I said, if you want to start from the beginning, you can go back as early as 87. Mortal Fear. I don't know if anybody, again, I hear nobody ever talk about them. But this is a reissue. The covers were very different. I think there's 2 versions of these out. So this is the newer artwork. I went back and explored this stuff, man. It's good shit. Like I said, because if you listen to Sam Hain, I think you might dig this. It's still categorized as metal, even though it's got death rock elements. So again, very, very Autumn kind of stuff. Here we go. I think that was the original cover. It looked something like that. Kind of just very minimal and whatnot. But yeah, good shit.
All right. Never heard of them.
Morticia.
Well, let's do this one. This is kind of a sort of metal. The Gathering, Nighttime Birds. I'm a big Annika fan. Her voice is angelic. Saw him live once. She blew me away. How great she was. This album, Mandy Lion was her first album with the band. This is her second album with the band. Mandy Lion, her voice is really raw on that one. Her key, she struggles to hit key on that, but it sounds great. I love it. It has kind of a punk vibe to it as far as how raw it is in her performance. But on this one, Nighttime Birds, the songs get a lot more depressive and atmospheric, and her voice, she tightens up. She really kind of nails down the key issues, the pitchiness. This record rules, and How to Measure a Planet that came after it as well, that 2 CD set. My God, there's some amazing songs on that as well. This isn't a style I'm into often, and I'm really picky when it comes to lady singers, but she always did it for me, and this is a great autumn-styled record. just a talent. She's got a very unique in the metal scene. Her voice is completely unique. She doesn't sound like anybody else, which is great. Yeah, awesome. Check it out. Even though it's like a winter photo, there's snow on the ground. Has an autumn atmosphere for me. But I love
my only issue is the production on that. I feel like it could have used a remaster treatment. I don't think they've ever had one yet for that album.
Yeah, I don't know.
But definitely could use one.
All I have of it's a promo sleeve. So,
yep. I got like I guess it's a double CD. It's got some live stuff or whatever on there. Just reissued a little time some time back.
Yeah,
I love that album because right after that they started introducing electronics and
they started to get a little bit more modern. I don't want to say commercial, but it's more modern, alternative, weird type of incorporation.
Like by then, like anything remotely metal was gone.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Which you get to albums like Home and there's another one too. I started to lose interest, but up through How to Measure a Planet, goddamn, there's that song about Mozart on the second side. I always get teared up when I listen to it. It's so emotional. It's just a great song.
She was still kind of involved in the metal scene though. She was doing guest appearances. I know bands like she did something with Amorphis, November's Doom. So she was here and there.
She is or was married to the drummer from Celestial Seasons too.
Actually, yeah. I think I read that somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still married, but she was at one point. Right on. Okay. Dennis.
All right. You ready for this one?
I'm ready.
All right.
Is it Weremark Shark? Oh, dude. I love The Accused. Bow to the mighty Blaine fart.
Man,
Tommy Niemeyer. I mean, everybody, they don't get along anymore, but that guy was a riff meister. My God.
Dude. This record, especially, like, oh man, some of the
I like the one after that a bit more, but they're all great. It's all.
What
all,
was
all
after
good.
this? Grinning?
Martha Splatterhead's Maddest Stories Ever Told.
Yeah, that one's cool too. I like Grinning Like an Undertaker too.
Yeah, that's after that one. That's when they signed a Nasty Mix and they got the rap song on it.
Oh, that was killer.
It's good though.
I was like, what is going on, dude?
It's awesome record.
This is the problem with Dennis. My paycheck's spent before I even get it. Like he's just posting stuff. I'm like, man, I don't have that one, man.
You don't have that one?
Nah. Accused sticker on it. OG.
The Accused were great, man. What a great band. What a great band.
Flies, man. Rape. Lifeless Zone. Just, man, this is a record for, again, your fucking Halloween needs. Very horror influenced crossover, man. And this band was just known for that. And then Blaine did a death metal. Didn't he sing with like Cam? Didn't he do something with like Massacre Guys or something?
Yep, I've got the record if I can remember the name of it. I just looked at the record tonight.
Oh, that's crazy.
Devin says that was exploited.
Denial Fiend.
Yes.
Denial Fiend.
That was a sick band too.
They were good. Yeah.
Michael says that was exploited.
What's that?
Looks like Wade. Yeah.
No, Blaine, not Wade. Blaine.
Yeah, Beat the Bastards is an exploited record.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, their comeback record when Blaine reunited with the band, Oh Martha, what an awesome comeback record! That thing rules from start. It just fucking slays.
There's no bad Accused record, honestly, man.
Well, I don't like it when Blaine left and they had the guy from Burning Witch singing on it.
I don't know about that. I'm just talking about
that's not a good record.
The last one I had was like the one with like it's called like the Butcher or something. Sam the Butcher. I don't remember what it's called.
Well, there's Splatter Rock. There's after
Splatter Rock.
Splatter Rock. Yeah.
Yep. But I saw these guys a bunch of times too. Even though I wasn't in Seattle, but they played the Bay Area a lot.
Nice.
But yeah, again, another killer. It's kind of crossover, but very metal. And Blaine's vocals are so over the top, like just killer shit, man. If you guys haven't heard The Accused, definitely check them out. You got some fucking what was this guy's name that drew this stuff? I thought it was like Clay something. Robert Clay, I think his name was, that drew this art. Man, killer stuff. Just ahead of their time. There was no one that ever sounded like those guys.
when it come to crossover bands, them and Cryptic Slaughter were the two for me that really were the greats. The greats.
Oh, of course.
Everybody's like DRI, but I only like the early DRI stuff. They hit it after Four of a Kind. I don't even like crossover. That album to me is
thank you, Marty.
Boring as fuck, dude. Boring.
I almost pulled it.
You know how much shit I got for talking about crossover? I'm like, yes, album's boring. Because I felt like DRI was a band that just they were like more of a punk band, and then they tried to go metal, and they didn't really know what they were doing.
Dealing with It rules. That's their fucking shining moment. That record from start to finish rages.
Insane, man. But everybody's like, you don't like crossover? I'm like, no, it's boring.
The fucking boring, rhymey lyrics, predictable. He follows the riffs verbatim. It's boring as shit, dude. Four of a Kind is a good record. And then after that, Thrash Zone. You don't like Thrash Zone sucks, and then anything after that.
Four of a Kind's like their comeback record that I like.
They're more metal record. That's kind of like their metal record. It's good though. It's a good record.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I don't know, but the Accused were the kings, man. I was like, how in the hell can that guy sing like that? Then you go check out his YouTube channel where he's mixing drinks. That's how he talks. I mean, that's he's got that high kind of nasally vocal. He's got a channel, or it's on his Facebook page. He mixes drinks. He has like a tiki bar. He does like all these mixed drinks and shit.
Oh, that totally fits him too.
Yeah. No, Blaine rules, man. The Accused were Tommy Niemeyer, or whatever his last name is. Riff fucking merchant, man.
Yeah,
crossover riff merchant.
Played in Grunt Truck.
Grunt Truck. Yep.
Yeah. I actually like those Grunt Truck records. That first one, at least.
They were GBH and the Accused were friends. They went on a couple tours together.
Oh yeah, I saw GBH live too. They're amazing, man. I
great
love
band.
Those early GBH records.
Yeah, the Accused toured with GBH during the Maddest Stories Ever Told, and GBH was on No Need to Panic. They went on a tour together across the U.S. and stuff. They were buds. Great bands, both of them. I love GBH as well. I like the Exploited too. We're gonna start talking about UK '82 type. Course.
We need to do a fucking punk episode.
We need to do a crossover show. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
you've ever done one?
We've never done one.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Always, there's endless topics. We're gonna be around for a while unless the lightning bolt from hell strikes me dead. But anyway, Rick, you're up. Nice, awesome pick, by the way. Awesome. The Accused fucking rules.
Yeah. Just so you guys know, it's a horror influence too, so that's why I picked him.
What's that?
I was saying it's a lot of horror influence too. That's why I picked them.
Mm-hmm.
Like the lyrics are very horror influenced.
Right on. Okay, Rick, what you got?
I got a bit of a weird one here. It's a very well-known one, and it's a band that's kind of really changed their sound as they went through, and they're not quite what they were in their first record. But the second record was one that I was kind of,
I guess we did. Anyway, sorry.
Disappointed by.
I forgot.
On Halloween, you can wear whatever the hell you want. Nobody bats an eye. It's just a day. You be whatever you want. But outside of Halloween, you do anything weird, you can, you might come out ugly. This is the follow-up, right? Very moody record, very moody band. I think it has to do with the front person, right? And Ugly, I remember when this dropped too, just how disappointed people were. This is nothing like River Runs Red. What is this? And they were going for that groove, sort of this alternate metal kind of thing. But putting it back sometime later and just going back and revisiting this period, this is heavier than I remember.
It sounds like Sabbath, doesn't it? Very
Sabbath
worship.
It's got the riffs. I wouldn't say if it sounds like Sabbath, because the reason I say that is because you can still hear, and this is the last album where I think where you hear the last kind of just tinges of the hardcore sound in here. I mean, it's not like River Runs Red, but you could still tell this is a New York band. It still has kind of those origins. But I don't know when was the last time you listened to this. It might have been a while. I mean, I took like maybe a 10-year break or something like
Yeah,
that.
I haven't listened to it since it came out, but River was my shit, man. I love that record.
River is still my favorite one, but they still had kind of the lineup still intact. This is why another one, Sal was still in the band, and everybody else. But for some reason, they kind of went away from that New York hardcore, that obvious New York hardcore sound, and they kind of went in more of that sort of groove, Autumnal Metal direction with this. But they still were able to keep it quite heavy. But yeah, but I remember again at the time I was still in high school when this came out, and people were like, "What the fuck? What is this?" Like, people wanted River Runs Red too, and they didn't get it. And they got this. But you look at everything else that was happening during that time, and how you could talk about death metal bands, how they all went, death and roll and whatnot. This is kind of their version of that, kind of just going into groove metal direction. But you know what? I found a newfound appreciation for this album. It's like I said, if you haven't visited this in a while, go back to it and you might be surprised. Just kind of it might be a little heavier than you remember. Just and just kind of catchy, for what it was. Again, if you're looking for a pile of shit to check out, you haven't listened to for a while, I would say put that on there. You might be surprised, but yeah, I like it. Like I said, the reason I picked it for fall is it's like this.
It wasn't my jam at the time. I was like, it's not really.
Yeah, a lot of people were. Yeah, but
it wasn't because of the sound. It just didn't grab me for some reason. I don't know why. It just never grabbed me as like a catchy thing for me. I was probably expecting River Runs.
Everybody was,
Red.
Because it was so good.
It was, dude. That album's so. It's a depressing record too, with all the like phone things about him like about to like take his life throughout the whole record, which is.
You get some of that somberness here too. It just got a little bit of depressive element. Maybe not so overt like it was, because you have these suicide depictions and stuff like that going on River Runs Red. Like you didn't have those kind of talking moments and stuff here, so you didn't have that kind of context. But there's still a very moody album, and I think goes by me now. Caputo just that kind of person. You know what I mean? I think that's why it kind of made sense with that evolution. But like I said, if you haven't heard it in a while, you'd be surprised.
I'm talking about the demo too, with that plexiglass awesome. Gate song, man. That's super Candlemassy. Like, it just is a very doom song, that was the first time I ever heard Life Agony. I'm like, damn, dude, this song is heavy as shit. And then they were a hardcore band all of a sudden, because they're on East Coast Assault 2, I think, on that comp, which was all hardcore bands, and that they were on that, and I was like, damn, this band's sick. And I saw them a few times. I was on River Runs Red tour, and probably once on Ugly. But yeah, man, just a killer band.
Kind of trying to find a way to fit in. I know they were friends with the Typo guys and everybody else in that kind of in that whole scene.
And label mates, friends and label mates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were another Roadrunner release. Makes sense.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. I got 3 left. You guys do whatever you want, but I got 3 left, and people would say this is more winter, but this is fall for me. Vinder.
Oh, that's a killer record.
Dude, I love this record, and I like a lot of Vinder stuff, but this one in particular, this is the first one I heard. Sent to me as a promo back in the day when it first came out. Had Not Found, Voices of Wonder. Tractor metal. Again, the Norwegians and their atmosphere, man. This thing is, and to realize that he recorded all this stuff on a computer with I think the drums are fake too. They're very real sounding, which is incredible.
It was on the computer? I didn't know that.
I believe so. I don't know if that's exactly sure. Maybe he wrote the songs with a drummer and then had someone play it, but let me see. There's session musicians on here, so I'm wrong. But I think he wrote the stuff with fake drums and then had someone play them. That's why I was listening to this. Me and the kid were listening to this the other day, and I'm like, God, those drums sound real for a fake drum set, but it's not. Anyway, Vinder's Ardentor. This is their second album, his second album. Very atmospheric, folky, woodsy Norwegian black metal. This thing is special, man. Out of their catalog, all their albums are good. This one's exceptional. This one really hit it for me really well. Very expansive. There's a lot of majesty and triumph in it. I love the folk side of it. It's good. Great stuff. I mean, you all know Vinder. They got repressed, which was long overdue. We were hoping to repress this stuff in Bindrune, but we never knew who to contact. And the few people we reached out to was never a response. Probably because they were making bigger deals where they make lots of money. And they weren't making lots of money with this guy. So, unfortunately. Anyway, that's it. Vinder. And Dennis is next.
All right. Here's one. It's beyond fucking crushing record. Paramecium exhumed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jason
again,
Sherlock.
You get the fucking cemetery on the front.
Yep.
Just insane.
Even with the Christian elements, it's still
Yep.
it still crushes.
Doom Death, man. Just one of the heaviest records ever recorded. These guys are from Australia, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jason Sherlock from Mortification, and he went on to do a solo black metal project called Horde.
Yeah, I was just playing that the other day.
That record rules, man. Say what you want. That thing the riffs are awesome on that record.
Invert the inverted cross.
Yeah. Rules.
But this record, I don't give a shit what they're. I mean, super just growly vocals on this, and man, if you guys haven't heard this Paramecium, oh my god, dude. Like, there's a lot of like doom death records out there, but this one definitely needs to be heard. Definitely brings you into like a total doom death cemetery vibe. But I don't care about the lyrics because I don't know what they're saying anyways.
They quoted a bunch of shit from Revelation, so there's like a bunch of quotes and shit on there and stuff.
I mean, you just see the guys in the band. They don't. Who cares? Like, I mean, if you're gonna. I mean, I hate Christianity and all that shit, but when it comes to music, sometimes you have to put that aside when you hear like a band that are like so fucking heavy. I mean, like Incubus, dude. Like, who's gonna be like, oh, I don't like Incubus. You don't like Serpent Temptation?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Come on, man.
That record's fucking.
And really, if you don't like Christianity but like satanic music, I hate to break it the news, but Satan is part of the Christian mythos. So it's Christian as well. Anyway.
But definitely check this out. If you like heavy shit. Paramecium from Australia. When that come out? Or like late 90s, mid 90s, somewhere around there.
Something like that. Yeah.
I picked up the repress from, was it Bones Overstock? One of those.
They ever do a vinyl?
I remember quite the year.
Someone sent me that record. I don't know. Was it you, Rick? Did you send me the Paramecium record?
No, I didn't say
I have the CD. I've always liked that band. It's if you were to walk into the Christian bookstore back in the day and pick that tape up, it would have said, "If you like My Dying Bride, check out Paramecium." I mean, that's because it's the same thing. You got the violin on it. It's that type of doom. It's the first the first mini CD and the first full length from My Dying Bride is kind of what they were shooting for on it. And they nailed it. They fucking nailed it. It's great. It's a great record.
Isn't it Christian equivalent to everything?
A lot.
Yeah, right.
Back in the 90s, like I knew there was one kid. They were very Nat Flandersy like. They were very Christian, and they had like Christian Nintendo games, and they had like clones of Mario and everything else. It's just they replaced it with Jehovah and all that shit.
Yeah.
So if you like Mario, you would like Jehovah
games. They were like bootleg Christian games.
Yeah,
like,
that's what it was. They didn't look like regular Nintendo games. I look at him like, is this you for real? He's like, dude, yeah. Like, check this out. I'm like, what if I like it? That's gonna suck.
I remember going to Christian bookstores just to try to find like Mortification or Living Sacrifice.
That's where I got my Believer tape. I got a Mortification tape I would go to the Rainbow. It was called the Rainbow Bookstore. I would go in there. It was on South Airport. I'd go in there just to check out their very small tape section because they had Rex Records shit in there.
Yep.
And we had the college station used to have a metal section by a metal show by a guy named Keith. Hey, it's Keith. You could tell he was stoned out of his mind. He'd play all this killer old school metal shit. He left and a lady named Lee Metcalf took over and made it. She played nothing but Christian metal. So I would hear Believer, Tourniquet, all the bands, and they even brought Mortification from Australia here to play in Traverse City, which those poor bastards, they played in front of what, 20 people maybe. I was wearing a Dismember shirt. Some guy comes walking in with a Deicide Definition shirt. I'm looking at the guy, I'm like, we're badasses at the Christian show with secular fucking death metal shirts on, bro. What's up? What's hang? Type of shit. But yeah, Christian bookstore.
That's too funny.
They had the metal section. It was Vengeance Rising. Yeah, I got my
Vengeance Rising, dude. That band was sick.
They were
I saw
good.
them live too, and they played with Exhumed. They opened up for Exhumed.
Wow.
Like, what the fuck? Well, and the guy had the cloak and he had some skulls, and I was like, oh, this is hilarious.
Which era was it? Because Scott Waters on YouTube, he sang for iteration of Vengeance Rising. When
Really?
when Roger Martinez left the band, they brought Scott Waters in, who is in Ultimatum. He sang on some live Vengeance Rising thing. And I think he also did some other stuff with those guys, but I don't think it was. They changed the name to something else. But yeah,
a couple of those later Vengeance Rising, they got full on death thrash. It's fucking sick.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Who just went? Was
me.
I think
you're up.
No one for me. I think I talked about it on one of my videos, but it's a fall listen for me. I got to bring up the Black Knife, Baby Eater Witch. Those who don't know. Is she eating a baby? Yeah. Y'all can handle babies on meat hooks. We've all done there. And that's like a halfway point. This witch went all the way, and it's consuming.
Where'd you get that, dude?
This baby. So Wise Blood Records put this out. So it's kind of like that. So this will look familiar to Marty. You know this? Vanek.
Well, I did, but I sent it to you.
Yeah. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. There will be a video up very soon, with more to come. But if you
I didn't like it.
Well, you know what's funny, and I talk about I have Vanek 1 and I have Vanek 3. I was looking for Vanek 2, but the guy's like, oh well, it's out of print. I don't have it, and so I held off on it. Lo and behold, this thing shows up.
Nice.
I'm glad I got something right. It's always a crap. You have so much shit, and I don't know what you have. Like picking stuff for Rick to send in a VECLT package is like he's gonna have all this stuff.
It's quite a mixed bag. Like some people you can tell, like okay, they're not going to be into this, and like I'm fucking into everything. Like, but like the reason I brought out the Vanek was because if you like that vein of stuff, and I kind of like that midnight sleazy motor punk, but it's a little more just evil another kind of way. Like this is a pretty good listen. It's fun, man. This is fun band, and this is their last record, like a 3-piece out of Kentucky. Actually, I think there's well, here's the disc. Just have that whole aesthetic, man. They're just a fun act. Cool, like just autumn, fall, even Halloween. Listen. Like I said, Dennis, you might actually dig it, man. Like this is
I actually someone from the band sent me a bunch of their stuff. That's why I was asking.
Oh shit, okay. Yeah.
I think I have the demo or something because I don't know why this guy sent me stuff, but he sent me some Black Knife stuff and like a demo and some stickers and some other stuff. So I was like, wait, I didn't know it was like even a bigger band. I was just like, cool, dude, thanks.
I don't know why the dude behind us, Josh, he has a black metal project called Glass Coffin. And that's like his main thing. Well now anyway, since retired this, but I was digging everything they put out. I kind of wish they kept going, but what's cool that they went out with a banger like this one. Like I said, it's not the most highbrow stuff in the world, what you see, what you're getting. But it's a party time in a different kind of way. But you guys throw a Halloween party or whatever, throw this thing on, you're gonna have a blast. And it's quite evil. It scratches that itch. I mean, she's eating a baby for Christ's sake. How more evil can you get?
Right. All right. Cool. I got 2 left, and man, this band is just so damn good. Summoning Stronghold. I love. It's really hard to nail down a favorite. They have such a great run of awesome, like, world building, world leaving albums. This is probably my favorite, and mainly they're really great ending an album on an epic track, and this one is A Distant Flame Before the Sun. That song is so fucking great. The way they drop out the metal and have like the symphonic little breakdown, and then all the guitars come back in. It's just such a holy shit moment. I don't know. This band is just so atmospheric and classical sounding, martial industrial, dungeon synth, all of it mixed in, awesome black metal. It's all compiled here into one 2-person project, which I don't know if we'll ever get another Summoning record. I don't know. I haven't heard.
The last one was like 2018 or something like that.
The last one kind of bummed me out a bit. It wasn't as, it seemed a little uninspired to me, but everything leading up to that point is really great, other than their first album. Their first album's a little weird. They got that gigantic guy in armor sitting on that little Shetland pony on the band photos. It's like, well, that poor beast of burden indeed. But Minas Morgulon, great stuff. And this is one of those records you put on in the fall, and it kind of takes you to places. It takes you on a journey for sure. And big fan indeed.
That's one of those bands where like we brought up a few like Hellhammer. A few of these bands are like, they're a bit of a template band where everybody kind of just apes that sound. It kind of created a genre on their own just because of how much of a big influence they were. I mean, Summoning, you could put them right up there.
Right on.
I have a bunch of Tolkien based theme bands. It's just I don't know who were the first. Tolkien's been around forever, so I don't know where that originated.
Yeah, I don't know who's the first, but I would say out of the Tolkien inspired metal bands, Summoning is the best. In fact, was it the album after this or 2 after, they have a song completely sung in orc language, which is killer. Who does that? I mean, do your homework, and if you're going to come at me with some Tolkien shit, sing in fucking orc. Don't be a bitch.
Let's get a fucking Vulcan album.
Right. Yeah. Klingon. I'm going to do one in Klingon. That'll be killer.
Klingon black metal versus the Vulcan fucking record.
I had a fork in the road moment back in the 90s. There was a Klingon book, and I'm like, if I get this, it dedicated myself to learning Klingon. But I decided last minute, it's just too much. But I could have been talking Klingon today, man, if I took that other fork in the road. Just saying.
Just think, your Halloween costume every year would be a Klingon, and you'd be you'd be the guy at the party speaking in Klingon. I'm like, God, this guy is like a lame. This guy is fucking lame.
I'll land that one chick. That one chick that's in the Klingon. It's just effort. It just.
Do you speak Bocce? I can speak Bocce.
I am fluent in blah 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 languages. Yes. Oh yeah. Nerding out. Okay. Dennis, what you got?
All right. Here's a great fucking fall Halloween record with Christian Death.
Oh, there we go.
Future of Pain, man. Classic fucking goth record. But again, another very essential Halloween cemetery record for the season, man. You can just watch the leaves fall and jam out to this, man. Just, you see the guys there, you know what you're getting. It's early fucking black metal posturing.
I was gonna say that one's misleading because if you tell them to go to an album and they go follow the other album, they're like, wait a minute, this sounds nothing like that album. That's an odd duck in their discography.
But I like the other Christian Death stuff too, and it's very it's a different sound, but I love a lot of that stuff too. So, but for me, like, this is the most like rawest of what you would call, I guess, goth, death punk. What they call it? Death rock. Death rock,
yeah.
Yeah, but for me, like, this record, man, sets a mood, sets a tone when you put this record on. Very melancholic, record for sure, and just an amazing record, dude. When you hear this record, it's kind of like this background, like dirge almost, but man, killer record. Definitely a classic for a good reason. Nothing was sounding like this when it came out. So you take Punk and The Cure, and this is what you get. But yeah, man, great record.
I've always said like Roz is like the ultimate sad boy. It just that guy, the way he just wrote that material, like you had to be like in somewhere in a really bad place in your mind to put out that kind of material. The way because like you said, nobody was writing maybe Joy Division. They're all kind of way.
I don't think Joy Division was at this level. I mean,
No.
I
love Joy Division. Fucking awesome. Yeah.
Right. And I love it too. So, but this record for me sets the feeling of.
I've never heard that record. I need to get with it because I've seen it. I know it's a classic. I realize that, but I've just never heard it.
And I think I bought this record thinking it was like a metal record or something when I bought it.
Well, it's got kind of a metal logo. I mean, sort of.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was buying. I just bought it when it came out.
It looks pretty metal when you look at that thing.
Yeah,
they're called Christian Death.
Yeah, that's got to be fucking metal, right? I got it. Like, what is that? I'm like, but it's cool. So, I mean, 82. Okay, well, all right then.
This is. Great. Yep, Zach, I'm with you. I haven't drank. I'm
only in 8 Coors Lights in.
6, 4, 5. I've done a 6-pack. I'm a lightweight anymore. It sucks. Anyway, Rick, what you got?
Yeah, I'm almost at the bottom, but I'll see what I can pull here. Here's one, which is kind of like Marty. You would know this, and
maybe
it's Crown of Asteria.
Hey, what's up, Patrick?
Hey, Pat.
What's up?
Oh yeah,
Crown
Michigan, another Michigan project. Yep.
Yeah, it's a one-person thing, right? But she has, I guess, guests come in and do all kinds of things. This is just put out a one this year, actually, back in April, a new one. So Crown of Asteria. This is the what is it? The ire of a bared fang, and you know this one, Tyler. And it's pretty much like, how would you describe it? It's like ambient folk, doomy, and this black metal. It's like quite a mixed bag of stuff, and this is the reason why I put something like Into Arma. It's all over the place. It's quite very mood driven, and although they're different kind of genre, but this right here, it's the same reason why I would pull something like this in the fall.
With Crown of Asteria, right?
Yeah.
Esteria.
Yeah, Asteria.
Asteria.
Yeah, Megan
I printed
Wood.
patches for her back in the day. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, she's got quite a number. She's got like a million. She's one of those prolific people. She's got a bunch of other projects. I got a few of her other records too. But I think this is her main one.
Yeah,
and it's good. Like it's this has like 6 tracks, and like you're in. Like she's got like these 10-15 minute songs, and there are moments where she can go full blown black metal. And then there are other tracks that kind of more fall in the more folk territory, and then ambient and back. So you're kind of getting a little bit of everything with this kind of stuff. It has a very when I listen to this, I feel like I'm in that sort of the woodlands in Michigan, and like she kind of nails that.
She's down in the thumb area.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I just get that vibe. Again, this is. Again, you can pull something for fall. I mean, this is good stuff. Put this in the car, and you just kind of just captivated and just kind of just taken away. She's good, and she does it all basically herself. So, like I said, I've been kind of keeping on top of the stuff she's been releasing. But yeah, Crown of Asteria. She did a split with Canisteris, right?
Yep.
Not that long ago. So that's another one I could have pulled. Blood of the Black Owl. Yeah, like if you listen to that stuff kind of in that vein, a bit of a mixed bag, but yeah, good stuff. Really moody music. It's even got leaves, just like fall. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Norwegian. Back to Norway. Big fan of the Norwegian sound. I kind of miss it. I think a lot of the Norwegian bands have lost the muse a bit, but first Borknagar.
Hell yeah.
If I'm only going to have one Borknagar, this is the Borknagar I'm picking. This is the one. It's got Ivar on doing this synth textures. You got the Grim on drums, who passed away, Garm on vocals, and I don't remember the other guy. But anyway, this for me is the jam. Absolutely atmospheric, expansive, true Norwegian black metal, other than the Satan part. It's more Viking, folky type of, and that's God damn it. That's the Viking flair. I love it. I love that folky feel in the Norwegian sound where they're playing the riffs and they're using all 6 strings.
Yep.
This is the Norwegian sound, and it's great.
It's quite a departure from where they are now. It's crazy. Like,
yeah, I mean, I like the new album. I bought it. I thought it was good, especially that first song. Holy shit, so good. But this, to me, this is how I like Garm singing when he's screaming his brains out. I don't like Garm singing. He always struggled. He was always pitchy to me. This never was a fan. That's why over post black metal I just don't care. I just don't care about it. Even the Olden Domain, I struggle with that record, to be honest. But for me, the debut and Archaic Course and Erd are favorites, total favorites. But
Olden Domain was one I downloaded like on Napster way back in the day. You know, just exploring black metal, and like Borknagar. First of all, that was a weird name, and it was quite harsh.
Yep.
But
I do like that first Arcturus too as well, don't it? But yeah. I struggle with that band. All right, Dennis. I'm out of bullets, so you guys can run and do whatever you want. I'll just
I'm gonna pull one more. Be right back.
I got like 2 more.
Dennis has got his wiener dog with him, so everything's
Wiener's here.
His wiener's here. Yep.
But this album, I remember jamming like around this time, like during this kind of maybe like September, October, and I had it recorded off of this record, and I had the cassette in the car. And this album, kind of just driving around with this with my friends, Ministry.
Dude, I love that album. That and the one after it.
Yeah,
I like Twitch too. I like early Ministry. I think it's great.
Yeah. But this one, it just has this really like crazy atmosphere to it, like that I don't think they ever recaptured. And not to say I don't like the ones after this, but for some reason this record always had this kind of, even with the cover, it just has this kind of like mystical look to it, mystical sound to it. That wasn't really happening at the time. Like this album kind of started the whole industrial metal type of thing.
Yep.
I mean, Stigmata, The Missing, and then just has like these other songs like Golden Dawn and stuff like that that just have this really killer like sound to them. It's just, I don't know, like this album's again one of those records that I jammed around this time period or these months, and I really felt like it had that theme to it where it was like a not Halloween but just more of a fall record, I guess, or an autumn record, you can say that. But definitely one of my favorite records of all time, kind of life-changing for me as far as music goes. An album I listened to where I was like, I like something that's not pure metal or whatever was going on at the time. It was definitely a changing period. Well, I was always trying to find new music, but this kind of hit the spot at the time, and I think it's still a great fucking record.
I'm still revisiting the industrial. I just bought like a CD lot of Mentallo and the Fixer CDs, 4 CDs.
Yeah.
You can still get industrial CDs cheap. It's just researching to know who's good outside of Ministry, Skinny Puppy, Frontline Assembly, all the common ones.
Front 242,
Front 242, all that shit rules. It rules. It's like, it's metal without the metal. There's an aggression and a darkness to it, and the distorted vocals. If you're a metalhead and you don't like industrial, It's kind of weird. I see it as kind of weird because it fits. It fits.
I mean, I get it. It's personal preference. People don't like stuff that sounds electronic.
Yeah.
And I relate that to stuff I listen to all the time. Like, I listen to gangster rap. It's just, to me, it's like death metal. It's about, it has those beats to it. It has like a lot of themes about violence and stuff like that. It has
an extreme in another kind of way. Yeah.
Right. But people don't like it because I don't know why. Honestly, I can't come up with it. It's just, I think it's how people hear things. And that's just how it is. I don't know how it is. That's how I equate what I like. I just like aggressive music. And I think industrial gangster rap or, even other things that are very aggressive to me, I like, but some people don't. But I think this is a really, really good record. And, definitely I wouldn't say this is if you like metal, this is probably not the first record to listen to. For industrial, you probably listen to the one after this.
Mine is a terrible thing to taste.
Yeah, our Psalm 69, especially Psalm. I mean,
that's where
I don't like Psalm.
That's where I started because that was the one that was pushed, and in the mainstream.
I don't know what it is. Psalm was just kind of boring to me. Anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that record.
I get it. A lot of people do. I prefer Mind. I prefer that album. I prefer Twitch.
I like Mind better than Psalm. I think Psalm has some really good songs on it.
It does. It has a handful of good songs. But there was a couple that they played the shit out of, and I just never wanted to hear it again. And if you don't like Psalm, then you don't like the Process. I am late to the Process, and I think the Process is okay, but I don't like it as much as the earlier Skinny Puppy stuff.
Yeah.
There's something about industrial music that is pure. I like the drum machine, the synth tone. It's got a purity to it. And once they start integrating guitars and stuff, if they're like actually play guitars, it bugs me a little bit.
The Process is a good record.
The Process is a good record, but I'm late to it. But
go check out our deep dive on Skinny.
Yeah, we did that too, didn't we? We did that on Jeff's. No, wait.
Jeff just get on too.
Hey, you mention his name 3 times, he shows up just like Beetlejuice.
he did a Skinny Puppy deep dive to himself. Very interesting timing. What's up, Jeff?
Yep. Industrial music is great. If you're interested, definitely dig into it and look, because there's some killer shit out there for sure.
Yeah. But Ministry definitely has some great records. They have some shitty records too, but
Yep. Yeah, MZ412's Burning the Temple of God. It was like black metal mixed with noise and a little bit of industrial, and Nordic Battle Signs is another one of their albums. Some good stuff. But all right, anyway, industrial. Good shit. I'm on an upswing with that. I just ordered the new Cyberactive. I just got those Mentalo and the Fixer. I just bought a Mel Havoc CD. Remember them?
Fuck yeah, dude. Mel Havoc. Killer.
Yeah. I had it on tape and I found it cheap for like $5 on eBay. I'm like, well, I need that on CD. So I bought that.
Which one? Which Mel Havoc was it?
It's the, hold on. I'll tell you which one it is. Mel Havoc.
Oh, dude. Now I'm going to have to go jam some Mel Havoc after this.
Premeditated Murder.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that album, they were like a thrash band before they were industrial. So,
yep. Then there's bands like Screw who tried to rip off Ministry note for note, which the guys from Abigor.
That first Screw,
they were a good
Anchor Watt.
Bands
guys from Anchor Watt.
I remember I had a Screw phase for a while.
That first Screw CD's sick, man.
It's good, but it's a Ministry album. It's Burning in Water, Drowning in. It is Burning in Water, Drowning in Flame. Sounds like the Ministry.
It's heavier than Ministry.
I do like it.
I think it was at the time.
Yeah, Skin Chamber is members of Control Bleeding. That shit's awkward but good. I do like it. We could. I've been thinking about trying to get a hold of the guy from Black Magnet and doing like a industrial metal type of episode. I don't know if you guys have checked out Black Magnet. They're on $20 spin. It doesn't sound like a $20 spin. It's awesome modern industrial. It's really good.
I gotta listen to that.
It's good shit. Check it out. Black Magnet.
And
Eric,
don't forget Meat Hook Seed.
dude, that album rules.
Right?
Holy shit, that record is good. That's better than any fucking obituary CD. Oh, shots fired.
You went there. You went there.
Went there. Nitzareb. I've been slowly picking away at Nitzareb. I have 2 of their CDs.
Okay.
One I really like. The other one is kind of boring. But anyway, we could go on and on about this. This is a topic maybe for another night. I know Alan probably wouldn't be down with it. So, but it might be a night where he's not around and we'll Pigface, Fetus.
Oh yeah.
There's a few of this book. This one called Pig that I really like.
Pig are good. Clute is another good one.
Clute's sick.
Yeah.
Leather Strip.
Frontline Assembly, of course, are awesome. Delirium. Yeah,
Delirium was more ethereal, and that was kind of an offshoot.
I love Pitch Shifter up through Submit. I even like Desensitize too. After that, they kind of lost it for me. But man, Industrial and Submit are so good, and the demos are awesome too. Anyway, Rick, I've been on a big Industrial kick lately, so it's been fun.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Raisin Black, yeah, that's the what's his name? He's in Hawaii now, right? Yeah, they're more Raisin Black's more dancey. It's a little more definitely very club stuff. Yeah, definitely an offshoot. This is probably I think my last pull that I got here. And only because it's been brought up so much in the chat, I figured I might as well show something. And I would agree. This right here, it's a bit of a transition album, and it's got a bit of a dry production. And if I was going to associate it with fall, I'm going to associate it with dry leaves. And this is one reason why I think it's kind of it's just a weird vibe. I'm talking about Passage. It's MIL.
Yep.
Ceremony of Opposites. Like I say, I wasn't sure where I was with black metal, but I remember when I listened to Ceremony of Opposites, that's when I knew I was in, and I was like, I think this is a genre. I was a death metal boy. I'm like, this is where I'm at. I don't know how I feel about black metal, and then you get something a little riffy, just quite enough there to kind of gateway your way in, and then it comes up, and then you get Passage. And I'm like, man, this is another Stranger Bird. Where does this go? And this is a band trying to kind of find a new direction, a kind of a change of where they wanted to go. And I thought this was a good gateway because we were just talking about industrial and electronic, in this band, sort of kind of introducing those elements in their then I guess what you call the next generation of their sound. A lot of people I feel like after this they kind of had a bit of a drop off point from this band. Because a lot of people prefer the more, the earlier, more evil kind of stuff. And I could definitely, like I said, I kind of have a little bit of the newer stuff. But I feel like after Eternal, it's when I kind of started losing a little more interest in the band.
If your drummer comes up to you and says, I'm going to stop playing drums and start programming drums, man, there's a conversation that needs to be had.
Sell. Yeah,
I mean, I get it. I did like that. I ended up liking that record, but you come off of Blood Ritual and Ceremony of Opposites, you put out Passage. It's a departure. The Rebellion EP was kind of a bridge they're crossing, but I still liked it. I thought it was good. But yeah, man, I just wanted them to keep putting out Ceremony of Opposites over and over and over. That shit was so good.
Ceremony of Opposites. I think that was one of my gateway albums. And like I said, and the thing about these gateway albums is, if you know somebody that's getting into this music and you're looking for recommends, you will probably give them the same kind of recommendation list because that's kind of what got you into it. So if someone say, "Hey, I got nieces and nephews and shit," and they're exploring different things, and I'm like, "Hey, you looking to explore this extreme end of things? Like, shit, Ceremony of Opposites. Like, check this out. If you like this, you know what I mean, then you could just kind of piggyback from there. And then there's a softer transition, like this kind of somewhere in the middle. I guess it's very strange, and I feel like this album cover is very simple, but at the same time, it's very fitting. Like, for some reason, it kind of fits what it sounds like. It's kind of it doesn't sound very alive. It's a bit dry, but done in a way that's kind of purposeful. Like there's something about it that it's, and again, I like it, but it's very, very different. You know, I'm not quite sure how to explain it. It is a strange bird, and by the time you get to Eternal, you start to hear more of the symphonics and more of the other stuff. They start introducing a little more cosmic. There's something like this.
And it all goes back to the fact that never change your logo. Never. Why
God damn, man! You're talking to somebody who does like logos and shit for and
let's go to a stupid font even worse than Arial. Let's go with some bullshit font. And
they did, yeah. It's simple, but you know what? Like, it's also an indication, because if you're going to the store as a buyer and you're looking for like, okay, what can I get? What can I get? You look at something like Ceremonial Opposites, Blood Ritual, all their past stuff. And you look at something like this, it kind of does help direct you as a buyer where you're kind of going with this, because you buy this expecting Blood Ritual, you're going to be very disappointed.
See, the thing of it is, the only reason why that would sell on a rack is because the first 3 records. And like, oh, check Samuel, I'm buying it. If I was just some guy that didn't know nothing about Samuel, there's nothing about that cover or logo or anything about that album that says "buy me." It's like the 3rd version of the Night on Brocken Fate's Warning cover. It's like bullshit. It's bullshit. Like, what the hell? Wow. Thanks, art department. You're really phoning it in on this one.
I like moons. They did with a moon on it.
Well, the moon is cool, but I can look up and see it anytime. Am I going to buy that T-shirt? Am I going to go to a show and be like, oh, that T-shirt is fucking sick? It's not. It's bullshit. It's got this stupid font and a moon on it. Come on, man. Boring.
I would think if I saw this in the store and I didn't know who they were, I would think it's something a little more on the industrial side.
You wouldn't even have stopped on your flip through. You'd be like, kept right on blazing past it, Anyway.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like 15-year-old me perusing to the store. And if I see this thing sitting there, I probably wouldn't pick it up.
Right on. But it's a good record. It's a good record. It is.
Regardless, with all its faults, I still like it.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Okay. Dennis, you got anything?
Yeah, I got the last one because I had to pick this last Doom record. And it is Nemesis, the Day of Retribution.
Candlemass. Yep.
Fuck yeah. So this has a Nemesis EP on it, and it has the Candlemass demo on it. Yeah, nothing more to say, man. Just pure bangers all the way through. Very
early versions of what became Candlemass songs.
Right?
It's cool.
Yeah, it's got Black Messiah, and which turned into a different Candlemass song, but and it also has the demo, the Candlemass demo on it as well, which I think has Demon Gate and Blackstone Wielder on it as well. So but these are like,
I never listened to that. So what do you mean? Like it's Candlemass before?
It's Leaf. His band before. Yeah, he does the vocals on it.
Before Candlemass was Nemesis.
Yep.
So it's basically early Candlemass, and then it has a Candlemass demo on it as well. But yeah, man, this is like the blueprint for doom metal right here. Fuck, man. This thing, I used to jam this so much in my car back when it came out. I think this came out in like 1990, this re-release. I already had the Candlemass stuff, like Nightfall and stuff like that. But to get the demo on a cassette, like pro-pressed.
I have the CD. I found it in a used CD shop back in the day.
Yeah.
Would you say it's more of a template for what you call more epic doom metal? Because doom metal was already around in some shape or form, right? Candlemass came around, they kind of upped the ante, like at a whole nother.
But I mean, I think this Nemesis like EP came out in '84, so it's very early.
Is that early? Shit. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a lot earlier, and it has riffs from Candlemass songs on it. So
yep.
And then what's his name? Messiah was in Mercy. Yep. So this is like 84 and with Leaf on it. Man, dude, this shit's heavy as shit. Very doomy, crushing doom metal, man. The way it should be. Epic doom metal. definitely check this out. Get the Nemesis EP if you can, but dude, man, you got to put that on.
Just
the
so everybody
list.
knows, like Dennis will be sponsoring your next paychecks. Just
Thankfully, I've been able to hang with him pretty good tonight. A lot of stuff, a lot of bangers he's shown I own. So I'm like, yes.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So there hasn't been
Gotta
anything
get
that
cool lunatics.
yeah, the dude, the zombie doing the force choke, I probably don't need that one.
The killer record, you'd like it, dude. I know you would. You'd be like, oh, that's sick.
Rick, you got another one? Go ahead,
Uh,
Dennis. I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt you. What'd you say?
Oh, I was gonna say that's one of those blind buys where you're just like, oh, there's a mummy on the cover. Let me buy it. Oh, yeah, what the fuck is this?
Right.
But then you get another one that has a mummy on it, and you're like, what is this? Disco funk?
Right. Mummy
Just
isn't
when you
always
were
a
buying
it isn't always a good seal of quality. You never know with a mummy. It's a wild card. Mummy is a wild card of the horror or the horror monsters.
it. Yep.
You got one, Rick, or are you out of bullets?
I'll do one more. It's because it's a non-metal thing. That's why I put it kind of in the back of the pile. But this is a band. They're calling it quits this year. Like they're done. They put out what is it? Spoken Fiction was their last album. But
You're
this
welcome,
right
Wade.
here-
You're welcome, Wade. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll talk about X. The the band's been around a long time, and punk from LA. They kind of play in that sort of, I guess, post punk. They had elements of new wave in their stuff, and and I've kind of been following their discography a little bit here and there over the years, and I dig them. And this is one I definitely go back to every now and then. This is a time of year where I'm definitely in the mood for this kind of material. When I'm taking a break from, a lot of, Impetigo and a lot of really cool shit, and I'll put it in. So like I said, I don't talk about too much about some of the punk I listen to, but this right here, they're a good band. They're yeah, there you go. Yeah, what's her name? Cervanka. It's her name. There's two vocalists. I know the other is John Doe, but yeah, it's catchy, and this is something that I feel like I can put on. I don't have to turn on my brain too much, and it's just something that like I said, it's catchy. It just kind of gets me moving, and it's just good shit. But definitely to me, they strike me as a bit of a fall band, especially this particular album right here. So Under the Big Black Sun. And it's just like I said, they're after about 3-4 decades, they're finally calling it quits. So and their last album, by the way, is really, really good. So you guys should definitely if you're not familiar, I don't know if I have it with me, but I picked up their newest album a little while ago, and it's really good. So if you like this kind of stuff, band never really lets me down. But yeah, that's all I got.
Awesome. Well, there it is. I mean, there's people mentioned typos, bloody or fucking. I've drank
Bloody
a bunch.
Kisses.
No, the one after the Autumn album.
October Rust.
October Rust. Yeah, that's what happens when you drink 6.
That's why. See, I didn't pull those.
8 beers.
People
Woo!
were talking about all these albums in the chat, but I'm like, man, it's just too Halloween for me. Because it's not a Halloween episode. I mean, like a lot of these were, to me anyway, would have been more Halloween episode appropriate. And it's kind of tricky to be like, okay, what am I listening to before Halloween? And then when Halloween comes, I want to listen to actual full blown out fucking Halloween albums. So there's a bit of a divide there. Sometimes it's not too clear where that line is. We could probably tell here, but it's two different things.
Yep. But we made it through, and Rick, thanks for being a guest co-host. Always a stand-up addition to the family, of course.
If Alan gives me a C grade, I'll be happy. I've done really, really well.
Well, you put the glasses on. You're trying to, warm up to him a bit. Dennis, thank you as always for being a guest. We love having you on, man. I know sometimes you got to work on Fridays, and I might bug you a bit, like, hey, what are you doing this weekend? But love having you on, man. You guys both rule. People, please go check out the Dreadful Minutes. Please go check out Analog Archives. Links are in the description. These guys do great stuff. Show killer records.
So Marty sent me some cool stuff. If you guys want to know what that is, I'm going to be putting up a video going over one by one, and I get a bit silly. There might be some 6 feet under jokes.
Oh.
Throw it in there. Stay tuned. That's all I got to say.
But thanks to everybody in the chat tonight. Great turnout as always. You guys, I always say it, you're the best chat community on the VC. You guys rule. Thank you so much. And show notes. Next week we will be doing Living Death album for the album club. I can't remember the name of it. There'll be another review or two next week. Yeah, all that fun stuff. But that's it. Until next time, you guys have anything to say before we jump?
I agree with Tyler. As cool as you think your collection may be, Dennis will have you beat.
Agreed.
Agreed.
We all have cool stuff, but Dennis was kind of at the epicenter of awesome.
You know how I know? I got some of my shopping card that he showed.
Yep.
He's got nothing. His shopping card that I showed.
Yeah. Yep.
There you go. That's how awesome his collection is.
But you want to know more about Dennis's collection, go click on his link and go check out his channel. It's great. Great shit.
Before we go, Dennis, you're moving, right? Are you documenting any of this before you go? Like, is there anything you're doing with the video? That'd be kind of cool. I think people might want to know. No, not at all.
Not really, man. I should probably like show stuff, but I'll probably wait till I move and then get something set up. I'll actually get something set up this time where I can get stuff out and like do a tour.
Because I feel like anybody who's got a collection, they may want to know little tips and tricks about how to handle a fucking move just with the mass amount of stuff you got.
It's easy. Throw shit in a box and tape it. Try to set it up. Try to set it up in an alphabetized manner. Yeah.
I just tape stuff up and write Dennis shit.
CDs A through B. CDs, yeah.
Oh, man. I hope it goes well, man.
Cool going through and putting stuff in boxes, because then you find stuff you're like, oh damn, what, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That's what's cool about it. So
moving vlog. There we go.
Thanks, James.
Bring Sector on, man. He can help you with that. Do something cool.
Right.
Camera.
There we go. Good grade from the professor. Always showing unique stuff. Thanks, guys. Yay, man.
All right. I'm waiting for his report card. We'll see.
Awesome. Well, Alan will be back next week, and you all rule. Cheers. We'll see ya.
Those are awesome.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Don't hang up, guys.